Okay. Go.
Hello, all. How are you? Greetings from Hack the Box. Again, we are here for another tournament. We couldn't be happier nor more excited that we are hosting the third live Battlegrounds event. With us today, we have the only one and only IPSEC, the one that does again a face reveal for these things. Thank you so much. And of course, the Ed Sheeran of the hackers, the hacker of our hearts, the one that is in with us to this whole project of attack defense, John Hammond, the original red teamer. Uh, how are you, John? What are you doing?
I'm doing well. Hello, everyone. Awesome. Super happy to be here with you. This is going to be a ton of fun, as it always is.
Yeah, and something funny about like the start of this event. John got on stream like 15 minutes ago. I was like, "Oh, John, we accidentally just wore the same hoodies."
It makes sense, you
Yeah.
know.
You should wear the festive hoodies, or at least I should, but
Yeah.
my laundry didn't end up on time, so that's why I wear these. Yep. So, how is everything with COVID over there, guys? With you, with IPSEC, over your city? How it is?
Everything's mostly good here. I'm still not really doing that much traveling. I'm scheduled to get my booster next week. It was supposed to be yesterday, but I was like, we have the stream today, so I'm gonna push that a week to make sure I'm not like John last time, just getting a shot just before it and rolling the dice. But yeah, everything's somewhat normal here. John lives by me. I'm assuming things are good by you, John?
Yeah, things are all set by me, really. We still have, like, I don't know, there's a decision in DC, like, now whether or not you wear a mask inside varies from business to business. Like, it's their discretion. So there are some shops, some places that I can actually go to and, like, hey, you don't have to wear it, but you can if you like, so the sort of thing. But we're doing okay, I suppose. I'm not gone yet.
How about you, Sodi? Everything good in Greece?
Well, unfortunately, the COVID cases are not going down because not many people have gotten vaccinated. Now we are at the third vaccine, then that is good and promising. Gradually, everything is going back to normal, which is amazing. Greeks love to have fun, so thank God everyone in order to go out, and now it's the holidays and vacations are coming, so everyone is pretty excited, because last year not only we couldn't go out, but it was also a limitation per people you can have in your house. So, for example, you couldn't have more than 4 guests last Christmas. So it was very bad. Yeah. Everyone, we were separated in Greece. We had very strict measures for like 2 years. So now everything seems like a fairy tale. It's not. It's like it's not true.
Yeah, so we have an exciting event today. You want to tell us some of the teams that are playing, Sodi?
Of course. So this event is very special for us and is one of the main things. Let me fix my camera a little. Is one of the main things that Hack the Box is supporting. So let me explain why. So this Holiday Mayhem is first of all, it's sponsored by Sneak, and it's supported by Play Cyber. And what we have today is we have all the young talent from all around the world participating in this tournament. And how? From the ICC organization, I can place it, I think, like that. Every country have their own top hackers. There are local competitions happening in every country around the world, and they're forming the best players. Every country has their own team. We have a GR team, we have a US team, every country has their own. And all of those then compete to one per continent, and it creates the European team, the Asian team, the US team, the Canadian team. So it changes per continent. No, I think US, it's not one total. It is divided to Latin America and US, and I think Canada is together. I think they can clarify in the comments if they see us. So yes, all the young talent from around the world is joined. In order to enter this competition, you have to be from 15 till 24. Then you do some CTFs inside your country and then inside your continent. And then you are announced as the representative, which is amazing. So all those representatives from those countries, we have asked, who of you would you like to play this tournament? And they said, and some of the countries showed interested. And we have today with us Austria, that is competing against Czech Republic. Greece, that is competing against Italy. That is very fun, to be honest, because all these teams used to compete against each other also to the ECSC. Netherlands against Australia. We have Singapore against US. We have Ireland against South Korea. We have India against Malaysia and Thailand. We have Spain against Namibia and Taiwan against Argentina. So as you can see, it is like Cyber Olympics, the most global attack defense game we could ever have. So leave your bets. Who do you think will win? Which country will raise the cup? And of course, the prizes are next level. Again, we have prizes reaching to 5K. Everyone gets a prize, of course. And we have swag, we have Amazon gift cards, we have VIP services, we have everything actually. And most of all, and that's why I said this shared with a Hack the Box vision, because what we want as Hack the Box is to make cybersecurity training accessible to everyone. And we're very happy that it has this theme that if you have internet and you love what you do, you can reach out and make your dreams come true, like all these people, all these kids.
I was thinking that same thing as you were saying this, wow, this is like the Cyber Holiday Olympics. This is pretty awesome. Yep. So incredible to have all these people here. Incredible to have just a super fun game. And I'm looking in the lobby. I'm looking with all the players, and everyone's super excited. We're stoked to get started. So I feel the hype. I feel the excitement.
Yeah, there's so many good games we could potentially be watching in this first round. Like the US-Singapore game, I really want to see because US, I love watching my own people. I'm sure all of you do. Unfortunately, we can't watch everyone. But also, the Greece-Italy game is going to be fun because I'm sure there's quite a rivalry between those two teams.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they play against each other to the ECSC, to CTFs. They know each other. So it's like, if we haven't done it randomly on the stream, you remember IPSEC?
Yeah.
And John on Tuesday, no one would believe that that is random.
I guess it's fate.
Yeah, I guess
it's fate.
Destined to battle against each other.
Before we go to the tournament, I have to ask one thing.
Yes.
When we will do a John vs. IPSEC?
Oh. Everyone's always asking. Sorry, guys, we already did it. We didn't record it. We didn't publicize it. But it's already done. Really, it was kind of can we say it was a draw, Ip? Is that fair? It was a tie? I don't know.
Yeah, neither of us solved a single flag. It was all down to availability points.
Okay. So since we do not have that, we are approximately going very soon to 1 million. So I don't know, guys, food for thought, something that you could play each other.
We could battle it out here on Twitch, Google Hangouts.
You can do a battle rap or something.
It's possible, but I was already voluntold. I was doing an AMA on the 1 million.
Is that true? Is that fact? Are we
Stroke.
But
although I'm only 24. Now we laugh. I had a stroke. So IPSEC, do you agree that when we hit 1 million, you will do an AMA asked by me and John, maybe?
Maybe, yes.
Now this is 1 million Hack the Box players. Is that correct?
Yes.
Excellent. You guys are getting close, right?
I think we're in 900,000 range right now.
What? Yep. Yeah. You got to get ready.
We're 1/10 of the way there.
Yeah.
That is only because also we do not have all our platforms, united.
Right.
Academies separate, CTFs are separate. Otherwise, we would have super passed it. But it's okay. Food for thought for the next years.
So, where are we at with the games? Are we going to be starting soon? When can we expect to?
Exactly. I'm going to leave you guys. I'm going to share the codes. Maybe I should explain before we start the mechanics for everyone that is watching.
Yes, and also, Roadrunner, one thing. When you leave us, just mute your microphone, because if you leave the call, then it's going to screw up John's webcam with how I have everything positioned on Google Hangouts.
No, don't worry. I will close my camera also, because at the previous stream, I didn't know sometimes that you streamed me, and that was it. Okay, so let me explain a little bit the mechanics of today. So every battle will be, as we said, with those brackets that we previously announced. Every match will be 20 minutes. The machines for every match, we will have 4 rounds. Every match has one machine, and the machine in each round is getting harder and harder. All of them are Linux. Each battle lasts 20 minutes, besides the last round that lasts 30 minutes, because it's harder. If we have a tie of points, we will get a rematch. If there's if we have a tie but with no points, we will have to do a rematch. If we have a tie but flags are submitted, we will go CTF style, the one that submitted the flag first. And I think that are all the mechanics. I don't think I'm forgetting anything.
Yep. So we should be going into what game are we doing first?
I'm going to leave you guys. I'm going to give the codes, and I will give you a shout out here when we're ready. Bye.
Okay.
Excellent.
Let's see.
Well, hey, quick reminder for everyone tuning in. Ip and I are just as excited and as nervous and as clueless as the players here. When Sony was just explaining those rules, that's the first time I'm hearing how this thing goes down just as well. We don't know what boxes are in play. We don't know what does what, how anything gets compromised, what vulnerabilities, what different sort of technologies are at play. So when we're shoutcasting, when we're adding this commentary, when we're narrating, we don't know. And we might just as well miss, hey, how did they manage to do this? How did they pull that off? We'll be trying our best to see everyone and see what is happening when.
Yeah, that's
we're
a
just
good
excited.
Yeah, good point. I have no knowledge of anything that we're about to see here. The team does not talk to me when we are doing this, so we don't have any of that type of miscommunication or whatever. But right now, I am just fixing up the scores, because on the stream, it's probably a little confusing with there being scores shown that aren't there. That's just like me testing this beforehand and trying quickly to fix it on stream, because there's always something you forget to do. There we go. That should look better.
Excellent.
Oh, I love OBS for streaming. It's makes things easy as long as you plan ahead. I keep meaning to buy one of those.
Yeah, I feel like you say I love it with a slight intent, but sometimes a little joking just as well.
Yeah, I mean, every time I screw up, I'm like, no, that's on me. Like, it's like when you're doing an exploit and you're like, you know what? I don't need to try to read this file or echo something. I'm just going to go straight for that reverse shell. And then it doesn't work and you move on. And you're talking to someone after the event and they're like, no, it was vulnerable. It just had like a firewall rule. Like, oh.
Yeah. If you took it in pieces, you could have been able to figure out what the problem you were running into is.
Yeah. That's why like my whole motto after always have some type of recon running in background is keep it simple, stupid. Like keep everything as basic as possible. So when it fails, you know why. Like the reverse shell, it could be IP tables. It could be bad characters. It could be just it doesn't have a network connection. It could be you listening on the wrong netcat port. Like...
Oh, I hate that all the time. Yeah. Whenever it's like, dang it, I had the typo and I've just burned an hour or two. Oh.
Yeah.
Well, you take it in stages. I know when you can, you try to get that command output. Is that fair to say? And then you'll just try and ping yourself or try to see, hey, is there some connectivity at all?
Yeah. I always like doing pings. I love sleeps. Like, if I can find a way to make it sleep for 5 seconds, that is probably my go-to. Just because, again, if it's ping, you could fail on a firewall. And also, I'm notoriously bad at remembering the difference between ping and Windows with -C and -N, I want to say.
I was about to bring that up.
It's like plugging a USB drive. It's a 50-50 chance that somehow I always lose.
I wish there were something that would at least standardize. Do I need to have TAC C and TAC N and the number somewhere? And then it would at least be something that I can remember in all cases. But no, I'll just end up with ping running on Linux forever.
Yeah. And I wonder if like the creator of Ping knew that when he was creating it on Linux or Windows, whichever one came first. If it's an intentional troll.
This will haunt red teamers and penetration testers forever.
Yeah, it's like the Solaris having all the arguments different in every command.
Gotta be.
Like, I remember I was a sysadmin a long time ago, but like I had both Solaris and Windows and Linux, and like the PS command was just completely different on Solaris, and it would output things. It just wouldn't be what you expect, and we'd be like, "Wait, what?"
Where am I?
Yeah.
You get that inner dread when something that you knew should be working one way all along suddenly doesn't.
And it's never fun when you're like out in the data center on a like command line. You're like, well, if I want to go Google this, I have to walk back to my desk, and I'm lazy.
And in the data center, I feel like that's when you feel the most in the trenches, because you're like hooked up to whatever like serial cable with a laptop, just fans and servers blowing all around you, right? Like,
yeah.
If there were a war zone in what we do in IT security and computers, it's got to be in the server room.
Definitely.
We are ready to start.
Okay. Which game are we going to first, Sodi?
I don't want to show favorism in order to show Greece and Italy. So another one that would be interesting. Let's see, someone who has started already. We can go to Greece, then to US, Italy, Taiwan. No, I don't ask the community manager to pick. It's like the
Let's do Singapore and US.
Child. It's not possible.
Let's give a kudos or present to all the US people that woke up this morning to go watch this first thing. I know it's like 8:30 a.m. for me, and there's Californians, if there are any out there, it's like 5:30 in the morning for them. They have to make that decision. Do I stay up late or go to bed and wake up early? So
okay, so let's show US because they wake up so early.
Yeah.
For this.
What time is it over by you, Sodi? Is it like 2 p.m., 3 p.m.?
3 p.m. UTC. Then 3 p.m. GR time. Yeah.
Twitch chat let me know that I was on the wrong microphone. Can you guys hear me any better at all now?
Wait, what? How'd they know you're on the wrong microphone?
Some guy was like, hey, can you tell John to switch to his normal and main mic? I'm like, whoa.
Someone has a callback on your PC.
Is that
sure.
really knew the audio quality that they would have expected to hear? I don't know. Is this any better? Was I wrong all along?
I don't really hear a difference, but
okay,
I mean,
cool.
I don't really I'm horrible at noticing that.
I would have gone forever and not even known. So
you're like, how many videos have I recorded already? Let's see. It looks like one player is having connection issues on the Singapore-US game. Do you know if any have started, Sodi? Is Greece-Italy starting? Let's see. I guess we're still trying to figure out which game is starting now. I know one player said he was having connection issues, which is always tough, especially when it's whole global thing. I know just before this stream we were panicking because Roadrunner's internet has had issues today.
Are we going over who all the players are today, or are we diving right into the gameplay?
I believe we're diving right into the gameplay.
Okay.
I had Duck Archer message me saying Singapore, US hasn't started. He was asking if I wanted another, and I said let's go for Greece, Italy. So hopefully that game does start soon. Let's see, is that game here? Let's see. Oh, it's already started. So let's get into this game. Let's see. Game with Cam. Countdown.
I can't tell if you need to be deafened or muted inside of the Discord room that you're using to lurk on these players, but I don't believe you are yet. Gotcha.
Yep, I just did. Thank you.
Cool. Yep, certainly. And now we can start looking around.
Yeah, so I'm on Karamuse's screen. It looks like he is SSHing into his box. It is 2 versus 2 with just one box in this early round. And he's trying to get in. He'll probably be securing the box once he does, but the quality's a bit off on his. I'm going to go to a different player. Let's try Suspect.
Suspects look a lot better from my side.
Yes.
How's this looking on the Twitch stream? And do we have a screen share up and all?
We should. The points aren't there yet just because we are working a small issue. I'm not sure I'll be able to have points this game, or at least the countdown's going to be off. So hold on.
Well, hey, Suspect looks like he's adding some new entries in his etc hosts file, which does help that system kind of associate between a host name and an IP address. I saw fuel.creativity.htb. Is that the box that we're up against? Maybe.
It looks like it is.
Now, Fuel CMS is a known, at least for some specific versions, of vulnerable content management system. I think more than a few folks have probably seen a lab or an exercise or activity that will showcase that. Looks like Suspect recognized it and is trying to move into his notes here so we could grab some information that might already help him just speed run this thing. I have to think that is the Ignite activity.
I'm curious what this Suspect cave is. Oh,
this gotta be. This has to be his own blog, trying to find his write-ups, trying to find his solutions. This nice. It really pays to have done this practice before. That's for sure.
Yeah, and this is like one of the motivations I had of creating like IPSec Rocks was once I like got to all those videos, like I can't reference my own videos anymore because I just forget about them. And that definitely does help. We do have him copying his Ignite script as you predicted, and just going to be changing the IP address and then hoping for the best.
Now, I don't know if this is going to be, hey, a one-size-fits-all immediate solution. Maybe we're looking at a different version number. Maybe we're looking at a different attack technique. But this is at least a worthy start to get moving quick right off the gate.
Yeah, the only thing I don't like about his exploit script, if he's using them this way, is he doesn't have like placeholders for the proxy. So, like, the very first time I'm running this, since, like, I didn't do version enumeration or anything, I'm just throwing this exploit blind, is I'd make sure I point it over into Burp Suite so I can kind of examine what's going on, because the first time you run any exploit script, it never works, at least for me.
Yep. Already hit with a Python 3 and 2 distance.
And there we go, a not found.
Bummer. We had hope.
Yeah, and the whole issue here maybe the Fuel CMS had a like path that it had in Try Hack Me, I think is where he's pulling it from. Right. So he may be missing a folder. Like again, this is where the Burp Suite would definitely help. I think he's going to try to hit the URLs manually. I didn't see what URL his exploit script used. Did you, John?
He's got a lot of URL encoded data, but it looks like fuel pages select and then given a filter, unquoting a specific command.
So my guess is he doesn't need the fuel. I'm guessing.
Good point. Maybe. I don't know. It is a CMS. I don't know if that's prefix there.
Yeah, he's getting rid of that. And there is a 2-minute delay on the stream, so there's no way that he heard me blab that. So it still was not correct, but great minds think alike. So now he's looking at other things of this. I would be probably like just trying to hit this URL manually, or maybe clicking on post, because one of those was a filter for blog post, it looked like. I'm guessing that's what this is. Pages, or maybe like just a different page. I'd also want to like un-URL encode that and just see
I agree.
all the data, because it's possible like that URL encoding is saying something specifically configured to Fuel, and that configuration is just different. It's on a different page. Instead of like about, it is us or meet the team. Like, just small things may differ. And he is still...
And I have to admit, I mean, that's my sort of fear, and just kind of grabbing a exploit or this attack script and code off of exploit DB given from the comments at the very top. Like, I have a feeling this is, something just grabbed off of exploit DB, because I really want to know, hey, how is that URL encoded data actually encoded? Like, what was that originally? I would really like, hey, if I could use Python to go ahead and encode that for me, but I could still tinker or modify or tweak any of the contents in there before this thing gets fired off, because we are just not seeing the success come from this that we wanted.
Yeah, and I'm going to go over to Caramuz and see if we can get his stream better quality. It looks like he is doing the hardening on his box. He's root at creativity, so maybe there's 2 boxes, or maybe Fuel's name is creativity locally.
This is definitely a good move, considering we know Suspect is trying to go on the offense, throw in these exploits as quick as he can. But how about you? The quality here on Caramuz's doesn't come through that best for me.
Yeah, it doesn't. But I saw something at the very bottom. If these guys are talking to each other, it would help. There was a login someone else did. It's index.php/fuel is the path, I believe, that Suspect needs. So, the Apache rewrite rule is slightly different for this box, or maybe it's Nginx. I'm guessing it's Apache, but that is the issue. He's got a parsing error now. If you go back to Suspect.
Yeah, I'm looking through. It's hard to tell if this is forward motion. He has an unexpected error coming through in PHP.
Yeah, unexpected who am I, T-string. I want to say he forgot a semicolon, potentially.
He noticed a double / Doesn't always get in the way, but it might.
And Sodi, if you're listening, I don't see Italy's people on Discord. Are they in a different channel that we could go to watch their screen? And there we go. We have a reverse shell from him. Did you see what he fixed?
Nice. So it looked like he was
I'm checking now and get back to you.
Okay.
It looked like he was trusting the fact that commands could very well be executing, but he wasn't getting the output. So he just went ahead and ran a reverse shell, just curled it over to bash, and waited. Hey, even blind without the command output, you can still get the callback.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons why I like using sleep statements, right? Totally. Because the sleep is probably going to hang that HTTP thread, and it would still take the 5 seconds. So as long as it pauses, I know I'm good. And we have the first flag being submitted by Suspect.
He did tweak and change just one /. It looked like he had 2 when he was trying to concatenate the original URL and the endpoint that he wanted to reach. But I'm not positive if that would have made a difference. Although whenever we can, hey, let's make sure we just got 1 as usual / in the URL.
Yep, and he was running sudo-l to see if there's any sudo rules he can abuse, and control seed and killed his whole prompt because he didn't do the whole setting up a proper shell.
Need to stabilize always. It's such a pain, but it's good to do with the PTY and all.
Yeah, and one thing I always like doing in these Battleground tournaments is not get 1 but 2 reverse shells, because 2 is always better than 1. And when you do something that screws up, or maybe like someone kills your shell, you have that split second where you can jump on the other one and potentially do something.
Now, I think Netcat is fancy and will give you like ephemeral ports. I don't know if that's a proper term, but if you throw like literally the same Netcat listener on the same port after you've already gotten 1 shell, fire it off again, you can still get the second without even changing, hey, your Netcat listener command.
Yeah, it goes over to an ephemeral port. That is socket
awesome.
reuse.
Nice.
is what is called. Because when you're running Netcat, you do LVNP 9001 or whatever port you desire. And after it connects, it never really needs that 9001 again. So the socket reuse thing in Netcat tells the kernel, hey, let's move this connection, this stream, to a different port. And that way you can stand up the listener on the same port again, and all your web shells still work. If you've ever seen like my videos, I always reuse the same port, despite me having multiple shells going on simultaneously. So that's exactly how that works in the background.
Awesome.
And he's looking for Tomcat. Tomcat is a Java application. I'm curious if we're going to see any log4j, or maybe this is just going to be... the other thing you can do is get Tomcat users, which I think is what he's going to, and that
Looks
will
like
have
it.
potential credentials. So he's looking at this. Let's see. Name, role. I'm looking for username, password.
That looks like the end of that file, so nothing worthwhile in that one.
Yeah, he's looking for server. And if you get the credentials to Tomcat, you'll be able to log into the manager interface. And with that, you can upload a malicious Tomcat application.
I see a user here. User Tomcat, password. Well,
The
that
password hash. So the
Yeah.
password is randomized. And is he hurting his box? Don't take the rolls away if this is an attack box.
Yeah.
Or maybe he's on his own box and hardening it. Root. Yes, he is on his own box.
Gotcha.
So
gotcha.
I missed that jump. Let's see.
But that might help him continue on against the target, maybe, if he's still on the offense there. I don't know. Curious if it's going to end up being the same password or not.
And for a brief moment, the title bar was screwed up. I noticed that just now when I was changing the overlay. Sorry about that, but fixed it. So he's going into Tomcat. He's on 8009. 8009 is the AJP port. That is a Tomcat proxy port. So he's got to configure something to use AJP, and then he'll be able to proxy into that. The reason for this is normally Tomcat is configured nowadays to not allow routable addresses or not localhost to access /manager/admin. But if you proxy through it, then you can access it, because if you use AJP, you're coming from localhost or whatever that box is. In this case, it's localhost. The other thing he could look into is he tried like /Tomcat. He's seeing if Apache is sitting in front of the Tomcat server. And if Apache or Nginx sits in front of Tomcat, there is a weird URL bug. I think it was classified as a server-side request forgery, but you can't access other resources, so I don't know if it actually is. But you can do ... and actually get into the manager interface.
That's interesting. I have not memorized the ins and outs of Tomcat as much as you have, it seems, my friend.
Well, the whole reason behind that is Nginx or Apache, you do like a URL and then a proxy pass. So if it matches /manager, or if it matches /, it's proxied over to Tomcat. And if it matches /manager/admin on the config, it just normally goes to a denied, because they blocked those URL endpoints in Apache or Nginx. For some reason, Apache and Nginx do the right thing and obey ... but when they pass it over to Nginx and that proxy thing, it strips out that ... and just does up one directory and passes /manager to Tomcat.
Wow.
So it's a weird thing that it's like a CVE from either 2018 or 2019 that just hasn't been patched.
Interesting. That's crazy.
But it looks like he's still trying to access it. He did /manager-GUI. The only URLs I ever know of Tomcat is /manager/admin. I'm guessing he has to hit the AJP port, would be my guess from this box so far.
Let's see if Hacktrix has any tools that could tell him that. Is there any unique utility or some program that helps proxy through that AGP port?
I believe there is. I don't know it off the top of my head. I would go over to ipsec.rocks and type AJP and hope for the best.
Yep.
Typically, if I'm saying something, I've probably done it before because a lot of these boxes, I learn things
Right.
as I do them. I don't just magically know they like answers to every box. So I try to document it in videos.
You and I have bantered before, like, man, I wish I could have something that would be able to cut through and parse through even the videos that I'd put out in the past, because I always repeatedly have that thought, like, oh, I know I've done this before. I know I've showcased this, but then I get back to maybe, hopefully, if I can find the video that showcases it, but it's like, now I have to dig through like an hour of footage.
Yeah. And we have him going to be resubmitting the flag every, I believe, 5 minutes. The flags do rotate. So there is a chance the teams can like kick you off and harden it so you can't get that flag again. Doesn't look like Italy has done that. So he just grabbed the flag again. And again, right now he's looking through Tomcat configs to figure out how to hit that /manager endpoint. But on this netstat or SS, whatever he ran, we could see 8009 was open to everyone. So let's see what Camus is doing. Or is Italy online now? I still don't see their stream, so that's why we're only showing that
No,
Greece.
I haven't seen them.
They are, in fact, playing,
but they must
correct?
stream
Hopefully.
somewhere else. They're very, mysterious. Plus, I would like also to say, IPSEC, we do not see the countdown and the name of the players like previously. Will we use it this time?
We will, but I had an issue because we changed games last second.
Okay, so we will wheel to the next round. Okay, cool.
Hopefully, yeah. I have to debug a script because it's getting an error. But yeah.
Okay.
Whoops.
No, don't debug now. Later.
Yep.
Later. Okay.
We could completely derail what we're doing here today, and then you and I just like rubber duck debug this thing.
As I'm like, you know what? It's going to be a great idea to do this live on stream. And like, they won't see me and John fighting, but to see us debugging the script that I wrote last time, Battlegrounds. And then I accidentally leak my bearer token and everyone has access to my HTTP account. That's how that ends.
Yeah, good call.
So right now he is looking for set UID binaries with this find command. And it doesn't look like there's any there. The one thing I always like doing is adding a -ls so it can show me like the timestamps of everything because timestamps normally stick out.
That's a good call. That's one thing that I always tend to forget. Like there's the easy knee-jerk reactions to find set UID binaries, to find pseudo binaries, but I don't have like a quick, I can whip it up off the cuff command to be able to search for the most recently modified files. Because that is always at least a clue or an indicator.
Yeah, and then also if you do print F, I believe in the find, you can actually show the full timestamp. Because normally like ls will only show you up until the second. But you can get into the milliseconds, which package managers don't have.
Right.
Like zip and everything, it won't store that by default. And that means when it goes onto the file system, it doesn't have that millisecond timestamp. And dpackage does that with apt. So that's a really good way to identify what was manually placed on the system versus what was placed by the package manager. You always want to investigate the manually placed things.
Did he lose his shell again? I can't tell if he's just running the same exploit to try and get another callback.
Yes, it looks like he did. He did submit the flag twice, so we'll see if they harden this. The command is hanging, so I think he's got a shell back. He does, but the first thing he's doing is not python-c import pty. He's not getting the correct shell.
This is odd to me. I don't know. Maybe he's not familiar with that trick, or we just don't care and we're barreling along.
Yeah, and I'm actually surprised since he doesn't seem to like that trick that he's not doing like you created a like mini C2 that's pretty much just reverse shells, right, John? What is that called?
Yeah. So I had worked with my good buddy Caleb, and we have this cheesy thing called PoneCat that's supposed to automate the process of, hey, stabilizing your shell if you get a reverse shell. The gimmick with that is that it all just rides over your reverse shell connection, but it gives you some functionality like a C2. Hey, you can task it to do a lot of automated enumeration, even automated privilege escalation, if it tracks down, classic GTFO bins or set UID binaries or pseudo rules that could be abused. It started off with the very, very beginning of, hey, you could use this to stabilize your shell, but we wanted to take it so much further because we realized, like, oh, we literally have an automated portion of the target. Like, no matter what machine you land on, maybe we could try and weaponize this a little bit better for you. I saw that. Did you see the please to subscribe to IPSec in there?
He lost his shell and he just like did an echo command and test and was like, echo, please subscribe to IPSec.
Nice.
So it looks like someone may be killing his shell. I'm not sure exactly why he keeps losing it. He was looking at doing a kernel priv-esque. And there he goes again, just having fun. I can't see the points right now, so I don't know what they are, how far in the lead or not in the lead this team is. We'll find out at the end of the event, which probably is coming up soon because each match is 20 minutes. Well, wait, maybe the match ended, and that was it.
I have to think.
He's
do we have any visibility on it? Okay.
I think the match is ended. So I'm
Give
going
me
to
a sec, team, and I check.
Pop it over to the other one, and now I'm going to quickly see if I can debug this script. So let's see.
Well, hey, I can offer a little bit of air coverage while we're chatting here. I don't know what game we got up next, but I'm eager to find out, hey, what is the deciding factor? I wish we'd been able to get some visibility and some eyes on the Italy team. Keep in mind, this is a two-sided battle, right? We had Greece versus Italy, but we weren't able to kind of snoop and take a look at what Italy was up to during that event. So we were hopping over, checking out the screen from the players over in Greece. Suspect, it seems, and Karamuz. We got to see a little bit of offensive action. We were seeing some changes in etc. hosts and some exploit scripts that thankfully it seems Suspect was able to just kind of pull back and retrieve from activities and exercises that they'd done in the past, right? It was a Try Hack Me room. I believe it was even called Ignite that showcased how you could beat up the Fuel CMS or content management system. And honestly, he could just repurpose that exploit script and gain a reverse shell that would at least grant him low-level access and a flag that he could submit every now and again. Unsure how it looked from Italy's perspective, unsure what the point breakdown is, but we at least got a little bit of both offensive and defensive action because we saw monitoring and hardening some of the Tomcat users on this Greece team just as well. But at least with 2 flag submissions, that is points on the board. It could be very bitter, from 1 or nothing on the other side of the teams. And we'll see who won. We got to chat a little bit about some of the reverse shell connections that were made, right? Because it was interesting to see Suspect didn't end up stabilizing his shell, or what some folks say are upgrading to a PTY or a pseudo terminal. And Ip was trolling with me. He was saying, John, you made some stupid Dumbo thing, didn't you, that might be able to do this? And I was like, yeah, this was PwnCat project with my good friend Caleb and I. And Ip goes back and forth. He says, it's pretty easy to detect and pretty easy to find when that is going on. PwnCat has some certain amount of identifiers and indicators when it's in action there. So Ip has even written some, things that could monitor for that and try and stop it and block it. So if PwnCat is ever used against some of his boxes, some of the machines that he likes to create, hey, it just slaps your hand.
And we have some first winners from the Italy vs Greece team. The winner, let me also open my camera. From the Greece vs Italy team, the winner is Greece.
Yay! Congratulations.
Congrats, guys. I'm
we
very
saw it
sorry for
happen.
Italy as well because I know you guys. Maybe we have met also at Drumhook, so. mm. And we have also from the Netherlands Australia game. We have Netherlands 1. We have also 3 ties, and for the rest games they have not ended, and we'll update you guys soon.
And I have found the bug with my code. I just had the wrong
Excellent.
match ID.
Well, that's not so bad. That's an easy fix, right?
Yeah, I was looking at the team ID for each thing. I was like, what's going on? And of course, I didn't take my own advice. And my Python script, it's hitting a HTTP URL. And I didn't have it hooked to Burp Suite. So I couldn't see the endpoint was just telling me Battlegrounds game not found.
Whoops. Oh, bummer.
Let's see. So we are probably going to let's do a 5-minute break while we get ready for the next game.
Sounds great to me.
Or
Still got
wait.
about 400 people hanging with us in Twitch. We can take a quick
Of
break.
course, and we have also some ties, so we are checking also the flags internally, and we will update you soon.
Okay. And we are back.
US also won Singapore.
What'd you say, Sodi?
US won Singapore.
Okay.
Okay.
Excellent. Some other games finishing up.
So we do have a few rematches. So we're going to get into the next game very shortly. Sodi is getting the players into a lobby. She'll give us the info, and then we'll be able to stream one of those rematches. So what were you asking, John?
I was just kind of, trying to cover some airtime while we're getting things situated. I was asking, what have you been up to, IppSec? Any new projects? Any new videos that you're chipping away at? What's been going on, my friend?
I do have two videos that I'm on like the immediate horizon. I want to do kind of a video on just basic how developers can use canary tokens to find vulnerabilities.
Ooh.
So that would be just like using the log4j and talking about the domain DNS canary on canarytokens.org, I believe it is. And
Yes.
they also have a log4shell one, which is very similar to what you did with Huntress.
Thank you. I'm glad you kind of brought that one up. Yeah. Log4j has obviously been, the gift that keeps on giving with setting the whole internet on fire late last week and coming into this week. But I don't know if we want to open that can of worms. Probably everyone's tired of hearing about that thing.
Yeah. But the cool thing about the canary tokens, which is similar to what you did with the Huntress, but it's just has more use cases, right? So one of the things I do with canary tokens is on websites I host, I have some small JavaScript that looks at the domain. And if the domain is not what it expects, it makes a HTTP request to the canary token, which then emails me. Can you guess why this is good, John?
So you're saying if it tries to reach out to a domain and it's not what it would have expected?
No, it looks at the current domain of the website.
Oh, I see.
So you go to, like, it's not on ipsec.rocks because I don't have any third-party libraries there. But
Right.
it would say, hey, the JavaScript would go, you're not on ipsec.rocks, let's hit this canary token.
Yeah. So in case there were any like watering hole stuff and things set up, if someone were to try and clone that website.
Yes.
Yeah. I had just spent some time with John Strand, a kind of another community member, and we were talking about this cyber deception technique. So we got to tinker and play with some of those canary tokens. And I remember we were chatting about that exact use case. You set it up so it sends an email to you?
Well, yeah, because canarytokens.org emails you whenever that token is hit. They have things for like Word documents. So if you want to create like passwords.docx and put it on your file share and see who grabs that file.
So cool.
Then it would just email you upon that being opened. I don't know if I haven't fully tested that one. I know Microsoft is always patches things when you find a way to make Word hit a URL.
Right.
Or you have to click that annoying button to enable something in the top middle of the screen or whatever.
Yeah, to allow the macro to run, enable content, enable editing, all those.
Enable editing is it. It's actually not a macro because it's just
gotcha.
image. It just puts a external image into the document.
That's so cool.
But it looks very much like the enable macros thing. It doesn't say macro. I think it says enable editing to view external references or something. But because it looks like a macro, no one ever clicks that. So it's not a super successful canary token. It used to be in the past.
But no, all of those canarytokens.org, like those are, it is open source. So if anyone wanted to kind of set up their own, server and installation, it doesn't have to call out to the cloud canarytokens.org. But that's over from Thinkist Canary. So awesome project.
Yeah, and I think that's one of those main things that is really good for defense that not a lot of people look into. And probably for rightful reasons, because there's better things you could be doing, like patching.
Yeah. It's definitely a lot of, I think, those cyber deception initiatives, or whenever people are trying to add these little honeypots or decoys or mousetraps for adversaries. I feel like that's the fun extracurricular stuff you have to do once you already have your foundation of defense in place. Like, look, actual inventory of assets, actual patches, and like automated updates set up. Like, it's exciting and fun to be able to play with a lot of those toys. You make hackers cry, right? You're amping up your detection time and better security posture, but you got to get the foundation in place.
And I think the games may have started. Let's see.
These are our rematch rounds. Is that right?
Yeah, I'm checking. Yeah, one game has started.
We have rematch for Austria and Czech Republic, Ireland and South Korea, Spain and Namibia.
Alrighty. That's a good few.
Yeah, and I think those games are running. I'm just trying to get the information to them so I can put stuff in the bar this time around.
I'll drop the link to Canary tokens in the chat because I see some some Twitch folks asking about that. I can't tell if it's down or not right now. CanaryTokens.org. Oh.
Probably have to Google it. Maybe I had it wrong, or maybe it is down.
Yeah, you've been Googling it. That is the new URL down. Oddball. CryptoCat is saying, hey, I always hear the Canary stuff carry, is that a version? On Darknet Diaries. Well, again, to cover some air, I'll keep chatting. Let me know when we're getting the ball rolling yet again, but for folks listening in, I was asking Ip, hey, what are you thinking of maybe putting some cool videos out on? There was some chatter on Log4j as we keep moving along. I was thinking I want to showcase some fun, silly things because for a recent event, like a recent trade show or conference I had attended, I wanted to put together like an interactive environment or a game and activity for folks to play, but they weren't all technical gurus, right? Some may not have been, sysadmins or security professionals. They're not wizards slinging code and writing exploits and digging out vulnerabilities, etc. But I still want to make something engaging and interactive for them. So I had this idea. We can put people in front of a mouse and keyboard, and we'll give them sort of like a kiosk or a computer that you might find at like a coffee shop or I don't know if I already told the story in the previous Battleground. So if I did, someone please tell me to shut up. But I thought, it'd be cool if I could showcase how I had built this thing, how I created it, and how I put it together, because there are a couple renditions of you having a kiosk or computer that you might find at like a library or a business center that is a web browser on its own. You as the player have this task like, cool, break out of this lockdown environment, break out of the sandbox and pop open a command prompt and prove that you've owned this thing. I thought, we could do this with like kind of a off the shelf, just a tool you could download, some lockdown thing, maybe online. And that's an easy mode because you could break out of that pretty easily and showcase some of the keyboard presses or mouse clicks or how you might be able to navigate around and out of that. But I also thought, it would be super cool if we could do this on like the default Windows setup for it. So in Windows 11 and the later renditions, they have this assigned access where you put it into kiosk mode. And I've been able to figure out some silly, stupid, dumb trick that still will let you navigate out and out of even just using the internet browser as the only allowed application. You could still forge getting command prompt out of there. But when you try to click around things, you try to open up like Notepad or any other applications, it tells you, hey, no, you aren't allowed to run this. There is one trick that you could maybe circumvent that and still pop open the command prompt. So I'd like to be able to showcase that. And I think that would be a good couple of videos, building it and then breaking it. But.
Yep, and I'm going to transition in 30 seconds to the next game.
Awesome. I see you hopped into the Spain room.
Yep. We're going to be doing Spain, and I'm probably going to mispronounce that other country. It's got
It's called Namibia.
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 Okay. And I'm just waiting on my countdown script. We should be good to go.
Excellent.
So we have, who am I looking at right now? I think Carlos.
Carlos Polup, yeah.
So Carlos Polup is on Spain along with Hack. And on Namibia, we do have Mitchell Naratom and Chiffy.
Oh,
Go on.
sorry, go right ahead.
It looks like the Namibia team is not streaming, so we're going to be focused on the Spain team. And we have Carlos right now playing with this reverse shell.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but this Carlos Polup is the same individual that is putting out LinPeas or WinPeas, the tools that I for one use all the time, and also the individual behind Hack Tricks, right? That huge, incredible online resource. Am I thinking of the same fella? Is this who we got?
I believe it is actually. I knew the name sounded familiar. I was like, oh, that's LinPlease. I did not know he was also Hack Tricks.
Yeah, I believe, and maybe I'm wrong, but one fantastic individual and serious creator building a lot of great tools and resources for folks. So super cool to have him with us.
Yeah, I know LinPeas is a great tool. He uses Hack the Box a lot to update it. It's funny if you look at like the GitHub changelog or commit history and the tool, and you've done a lot of recent boxes, you'd be like, oh, that's why he added that check.
I think that's awesome. Well, I'm starting to see some hardening off the bat. I don't know about you.
Yep, it looks like he is hardening his box. He was playing with the Tomcat credentials. I'm going to go over to Hack and see exactly what he is doing. Because normally one player takes defensive, one player takes the offensive. And he is also running LinPeas. So both of these players are fans of LinPeas, no surprise. And I think that's Terminator he's also using.
Yes. I absolutely love that wallpaper. The louder you are, the less you hear.
Is Linux spelled incorrectly on that? He has a window over it. Okay.
That is Callie Lincox. And it's got like the stick figure drawing of the dragon. Oh, that makes me laugh so hard.
So, yeah, I hope they have the team names correct. It looks like Spain is in the lead, 200 to 100. I'm looking over. That looks correct. So, yes, the scoreboard this time is working.
Excellent.
So we will not have a tie this time around. He is still looking. I saw Carlos. It looked like when I first hopped on his stream, he was playing with the fuel attack. But then he went over to hardening, I believe. I'm going to go back to Carlos, see if he's back on fuel.
Had you noticed Carlos using a Penelope.py tool? Had you heard of that?
No, I don't know what that is.
I don't either, and I really wish I would be able to offer it.
What like the output look like?
It was talking about setting up a reverse shell. Come on, Carlos, show it to us again. Let us see. Penelope is an advanced shell handler. I'm Googling this on GitHub super quick. Okay, yes, this looks like the exact same output.
This is that time when you're like, oh, I reinvented the wheel by writing Tonecat.
Yeah, that's how it always is.
Or they reinvented the wheel. I don't know which one. It looks like
their initial commit was 7 months ago, so I think we have them beat. But auto grade upgrade to PTY. Yep, Tonecat. Logging interaction with the targets. Download and upload. Sounds very Ponecat-esque.
Now it's time to look at the history to see how old the tool is.
Yeah.
Carlos does have a reverse shell on the box. He was pulling passwords. It looks like he did SU to try to SU to that Tomcat user, but I'm almost positive you have to use AJP on this box, or at least that is one of the many ways, because these Battlegrounds box generally have 2 to 3 ways to pwn them. So you can't just harden one, you have to find all the paths. And there were a lot of ports listening. And Tomcat is a pretty vulnerable service. Now he's looking at all the files. That's the Fuel admin password. I think that, again, is the Tomcat password for this, or maybe it's the Fuel MySQL password. Another thing he could be doing is using MySQL to go into the Fuel database and looking at all the users and trying to get a password from one of them to try and SU with. But again, here's this Tomcat configuration. He has to figure out how to hit it. Also, a little known trick, I forget exactly how to do it, but I would be going back into my videos on ipsec.rocks. You can use curl to authenticate against Tomcat and upload a WAR file with one command. Like, it has a put handler. So,
and that is kind of, in my mind, the holy grail, right? When you're working against Tomcat, a WAR file or a WAR file is at least you getting and knowing that, look, I've got some access here. I can make this a reverse shell, a bind shell execute code. Would you agree? Is that sort of like your, hey, go-to if you can work with a WAR file?
Yes. It's always MSF Venom because it has the output to WAR. Or I'll just Google one that has like cmd.war or something where you can just input commands manually in case there's a firewall. But the whole reason the curl command is so nice is you can just do it without AJP because he has a local shell on this box. Hopefully curl is installed. If not, he could probably use wget. There's always one or the other installed. Most of the time it's both. But he wouldn't have to focus with AJP. He could just do a curl put request against localhost and upload and then execute that WAR file.
Now, in the case that he didn't have wget or curl on the box, have you done anything? And I don't know if this is a resource for others, which is the only reason I'm kind of bringing it up. But like some of the static binaries that you might just be able to pop in the box, or have you ever played with cheesy stuff like Squid or other HTTP proxies to try and attempt to get internet into even this enclave environment?
So I have done both of those, actually. You can either do a reverse chisel socks proxy. So chisel is my like go-to tool for setting up tunneling. So it now supports reverse socks, so you can do that. And then on the box itself, curl supports socks. You can even like in an old attack and defense I used to do net wars. I always would do the whole chisel thing to set up a dynamic socks. And then I would point apt to use that proxy so I could update the box because the box itself did not have internet. So that was my cheesy way to get internet into the lab, is just setting up a reverse socks proxy and then configuring apt and everything to use said proxy.
I think that is great to do in the competitive like castle versus castle or attack and defense scenario because when you're doing boot to roots, when you're doing a hack the box machine on its own, just for the sake of, hey, rooting it, maybe you don't always need that. But when you're trying to do defense, that has to pay in dividends, I would think, if you could upgrade the thing and patch things.
Yes, it is amazing. It is a little slow, but again, it's nice. The other thing you could do, I'm trying to think exactly what the question was. Let's see. What was the question? I know I went on that tangent. It answered the question. But I had another answer too.
Yeah, I was asking about static binaries in case you would just slap in curl or wget or even nmap in some cases, and also chatting about Squid or HTTP proxies.
Okay, yeah. I also use static binaries. I forget the GitHub repo name. If you just do static-binary space GitHub, it goes to it. I want to say Alex is in the name, ALEX.
Andrew? I remember it's an A name. Andrew -D. Andrew Tac D.
Okay, Andrew Tac D. That's the thing I always go to just to download the static libraries.
Super good one. Yep.
So
great resources if anyone listening in, if they haven't seen them already.
I don't know what that reverse shell as a service thing he was doing is. It looks like it's probably some handler that will automatically do the reverse shell syntax for you if you just curl it, is my guess.
Do you have a typo in the country name of Namibia or Namibia?
Do I?
For our title at the very top of the display? I might be wrong.
Namibia.
Yes. There might be an extra M there.
Oh, there is. Yep.
Whoops. That's okay. This is the fun when we do this live, right? Tiptoe, tap dancing, kind of playing it by ear, off the cuff. We still have a good time. We're all here to have fun.
Yeah, and the downside is there's a 2-minute delay. So while I fixed that just now, I think I probably introduced another typo. People won't find it for 2 minutes. So it says he got a reverse shell. It was assigned session 3. I'm guessing this is the Penelope thing you were talking about him using.
I think so.
But it's not working. And
yeah, it's not.
I think we've had this talk, and this is kind of the reason why I don't use these things like PwnCat and stuff.
Right.
Because when I go to a reverse shell, I like to keep it as simple, stupid as possible. And when you introduce all those things, you're adding like the base 64 library so your script can handle everything. You have some weird session thing going on so you can handle multiple reverse shells. There's a lot of places it can just fail, right?
Oh, yeah.
So that's why I always like just doing standard netcat, because that way when it fails, chances are you know exactly where it failed. When you're going into PwnCat or Penelope, it may be tough. You see the connection and you're like, oh, did I get it? But you don't have it. And it's just so frustrating. It's like when you run Meterpreter, right? And is it advanced API or standard API? One of those, that second stage of Meterpreter gets caught by AV and you get the session callback. You can see things and then you just can't interact with it. It's like, oh man.
Yep. That's the one I was about to mention. I feel like Meterpreter and Metasploit does it right, and it's not clunky to have those multiple sessions and be able to manage things. But when you hit the wall, hey, I see Meterpreter and I have the prompt, but literally no commands work because it got killed the second that it fired off. It's just a bummer.
Yeah. So that's why I just try to keep it as simple as possible. And oh my God, this has so many windows.
Yeah, this is the problem with Terminator, I will admit. When you're trying to commentate and narrate over people, sometimes it gets wild.
Yeah, I'm the same way with Tmux with all my pains, but I have I'm sure Terminator has all the key bindings to do things on the keyboard, not using the mouse.
Oh, yes.
But I'm just a Tmux fanboy. I always like being able to do it on a remote session. And
yes, and that I think is your power there, because you could just as well do this if you log into a old, ancient, decrepit terminal server. All you have is a command line interface. Like there's no GUI installed. If you're digging into the data center at 2 a.m, you can still use Tmux. But I can't use Terminator, and I'm a Terminator fanboy. So I envy those power users living in VI or Emacs and Tmux. I don't know.
There's just something about when you use VI and set up a macro to do things and just automate, I'm going to do this search, append this character, delete the next 3, add this, and then you just hit period and it does it to the next line. Oh yes, that worked. But let's see. I don't know exactly what he is looking at.
I am unsure.
So he did localhost 6379. Oh, this is Redis, REDIS. So the attack here, I think, is you can wipe something and then use it to write a file, I believe.
Yeah. I believe if you set a variable, even just any kind of variable that you'd like within Redis or Redis, however folks like to pronounce it, and then save or dump the database, if you can slap it and save the output file into an SSH public key or private key or authorized keys, you could potentially get a shell or try to do a web shell. If Redis is set up with, hey, it also has a server, like a web front end accessible on that same machine, it allows you to just drop a PHP web shell.
And we have it over. He is definitely the hack tricks guy. Because
Absolutely.
we see him, Carlos, saying over, visit hack tricks. So, yep, definitely the same guy. And it is Spain with 500 and Namibia with 300. So Spain does take this match.
Congratulations. Well deserved. Well earned. But great game from all players all around.
Yes, indeed. So I believe we're going to go on a 5-minute break and then figure out what the next game to hop in is.
Excellent. We'll be here.
And we are back. We're still getting into the next game, but we do have the brackets up on stream right now. We had Austria beat the Czech Republic, Greece beat Italy, Netherlands beat Australia, US beat Singapore, Ireland beat South Korea, Spain beat Namibia, and then we still have 2 games going on between India and Thailand, and Taiwan and Argentina. And I guess Thailand has a Malaysian player as well, because that's Malaysia/Thailand. So we're waiting on those 2 games, and then we will start the next round. In chat, is there anyone that decides they want to, what game should be played? There is a 2-minute delay, so this is going to be tough on us to figure out what people are saying. But yeah, hopefully we'll be able to get it in time. I'm guessing we're probably going to see US versus Netherlands.
Ooh.
Mainly because, like, they're close to both me and John physically, so we have probably the best chance of getting a high-quality stream out of the US players of anyone here. Sometimes I think the quality is dependent on location.
Good point. Very good point. There's some banter in the chat. Folks are saying, like, I know these machines are supposed to get harder. So what's the last holy grail? Is this going to be like heap exploitation within 5 minutes? Are we dropping 0 days or anything?
I have no idea.
Right.
I hope not. That's not going to be fun for me talking about it. Maybe fun for the players. I know whenever I have to do a video with binary exploitation, I was up until like 2 a.m. this morning doing one on printf or a format string. No. Like, I don't know what it is with format strings, but they're like one of the banes of my existence to understand every single time.
Yeah, no, I'm the same way. I tend to cheat and use like, hey, some of the Pwn Tools magic or anything if I can. But like, I'm glad you're with me in the whole binary exploitation witchcraft voodoo. I'm just not good at it.
Yeah, I think like I can
Those
do
wizards.
Like the typical like ROP and stuff better than the super simple you learn it in any intro format string, probably because that comes like that builds off of other techniques, right? So if you do these binary exploits, it's not a whole lot different between the different types of ROP you can do, right?
Mm-hmm.
But when it comes to format string, that's just so like such a weird syntax that you just have to learn again. And it's normally like once a year I'll do it. So it's always that time when it's just completely out of my mind.
I really enjoy ROP. I think it's super cool. It all relies on, getting your instruction pointer control, but then being able to bebop around the binary and make it light up like a Christmas tree when you go to one aspect and there, chaining it all together. Super fun. Kind of such a cool idea.
But like the format string is like just so dependent on like it's one of those things I always look and I'm like, why does this exist? Why does this $N thing just write how many datas have been printed to the screen?
Who decided?
Like, what is the purpose of this feature? Like, I'd like to see like the requirement of it. Maybe it's like someone wanted to use printf to identify something with line breaks. Like, oh, the terminal's 135 characters. So if we hit 135, let's add a /n. Line wrapping, I meant, not line break. I don't know. It's weird.
There must have been a feature request to...
But it's native in like the C language, which is so old. It's like before feature requests were a thing. Like, I don't know if it predates the like HTTP protocol, right?
Yeah. No, you're totally right.
Like that could have just been a random bulletin board on Usenet, or maybe it was on Gopher back in the day of trying to do it. I don't. Did the developer of that even have internet at the time? I don't know.
Pre-internet.
So let's see. Do we have the game? I'm looking at Slack. So we have Argentina win. So let's see. Where were they? Scene 4. So in this, Argentina did beat Taiwan. The chart has not been updated yet. But now we're just waiting on that India game. And I'm going to see if I can get a status on it. Let's see. Where is India? I don't see any streaming. Who are they playing? Taiwan.
They were, yes.
Now the last teams playing, and we're waiting for them, is India against Malaysia, Thailand.
Gotcha.
Do we know how long is left in that game, Sodi?
I will check.
And can we start like the US game now? Or are we waiting on India to finish before we start any more?
I said we don't have to wait to start simultaneously. Give me 1 minute to create the brackets, and yeah.
I see
The second bracket.
Crypto Cat saying Pwn Tools Auto FMT for the win, and
Right.
it is good, but like I couldn't figure out how to use Auto FMT for the video that's coming up tomorrow. Like this one was a bit different than most format strings, I think.
That's the thing. Like, I feel like a lot of the kind of quick and easy, cool weaponized ones between Impone tools will solve kind of a vanilla cookie cutter format string, or you need to do some real hacking and kind of shifting things around to get maybe play nice with those. But I am out of my element saying those words. I could very well be wrong.
Yeah, like it may just be my like simple mind because it's essentially the same thing. I know how to use the Auto FMT to replace like function calls. So instead of doing a put, it now switches to something else. Like that one I can do, but what we had to do in the video was there was a variable used by the application which it used to change into a directory.
Ooh.
And you didn't have control over the directory it changed into because right after it changed, it executed a binary. So we used the format string to overwrite the variable that stored the directory. So when it issued the change directory command, it went into directory we controlled and then executed the binary. And since we controlled the directory, we can make that binary whatever we want. So it was a reverse shell.
Nice.
The issue I kept running into that took a while to figure out is the variable had a null byte in it, or the memory address. And like everything I was doing, I was putting the memory address first because with format strings, like the position it exists in the string is incredibly important. So it being first always meant the variable would be first. I didn't have to worry about like padding or things like that to make sure it's at the same spot. But because it had a null byte and was being used and like that printf, or maybe it was in the read, the null byte was terminating the string and it wasn't ever executing my printf payload. So the solution was moving the memory address to the end. The null bytes were still there, but they were at the very end of the payload, so it being truncated did not matter.
Cool.
But yeah, binary
Nice
exploitation. It's one of those things that's always easy in hindsight, where like when you look at it, like I should have thought of that. Right?
It's always stack alignment. Blame everything on stack alignment.
And then like with Pwn tools especially, like I've been having a lot of trouble moving. Like for the longest time, I always used Python 2 with Pwn tools. I've started using Python 3 now, but I always still like bite myself because sometimes it'll send like that B single quote over the network socket. Like, no, I just want to send it as a string.
I don't know, man. I'm feeling the Python 3. You gotta move on.
So we have another rematch.
Let's just go to US.
We have another rematch. If they match again, we will have to disqualify both. So Ireland will just go to play with the wins from Spain or Argentina. Because we cannot rematch a team again and again and again. So what we will do now is we will continue. We will start the games with Austria versus Greece, Netherlands versus US, Spain versus Argentina. Simultaneously, we'll have a rematch with India versus Malaysia. And if they miss again, Ireland will just go to the final round with the one from Spain and Argentina.
Sounds good.
Amazing. So give me 1 second to give the codes and we will be back.
All right. Time for another game. I'm ready.
Let's see. So yeah, we are waiting on the codes. Let's see. When the format string vulnerability. CryptoCat, that is tomorrow. Most of my videos are done within like 24 to 48 hours. I was planning on recording today, but we had the Battleground stream today. So I stayed up late yesterday finishing it up. And right after this, I got to do the editing. Thankfully, I don't do nearly as much editing. I think sometimes you do fancy things in your editing, right, John, in your videos?
Only sometimes. I'm still trying to find that balance. Some of the recent ones, when I put out the Log4j video, that was like a lot of editing. I've had conversations. Do I want to like get an editor or like hire someone? I've talked with some folks, but a lot of the times it's still just a raw showcase. Like
Okay.
It's just kind of the same thing you did. It's like, hey, we just do a screencast and that's it. Like,
yeah, there's every time I do it, I'm like, you know what? I probably should edit this part as I'm like, combining the screencast into one thing. I'm like,
right.
I should put a notice here at what I was screwing up here because like I ran this NTP date command, forgot a flag, and that's why it didn't work. But I just moved on.
Yep.
But like I always think I should edit so people watching it, they can look at the comments or look at the description.
I think it's a really interesting balancing act, and I don't mean to like turn this into a whole content creating thing, but like, because when we try to put videos out, I feel like it's the desire to spread education and learning and like real stuff that you can do, showcasing it in cybersecurity. But you also have a slight like YouTube desire and craving, like, hey, I want a lot of people to see this, so I kind of want to make it a flashy, fancy YouTube-esque video, right?
Yeah.
I've fallen on my sword and I have the stupid, awful, cringy thumbnails. You know, some of the editing and flashy stuff makes it different, but I still try to keep the raw value and real education in there. I don't know. It's a weird thing.
Yeah, my favorite time was when you accidentally hit the start streaming button trying to make your thumbnail.
That's such a good story.
And people just, ooh, John Hammond is live. What is he doing? This looks like, is he like a preteen girl like trying to do selfies or something? Like
put on makeup on the camera. Did you tune into that live? Like, did you catch it right then and there or something?
No,
or did you just kind of see the aftermath? Thankfully, I put the like lens cap on the camera super quick. I took the thumbnail and was like, all right, I'm done. I'm good. Some good memes came out of that, though.
How'd you find out? Did you look at Discord or you?
I think I went to close OBS because I was done. And then it had the pop-up that's like, OBS is still streaming or something. It was like, OBS is still in the activity. Are you sure you want to exit? And I'm like, oh, no.
If only you didn't put the lens cap on, people could see your face when you realized.
Oh, yeah. It was a short stream. It was 14 minutes of silence and 7 minutes of me just like awkwardly like modeling for the camera.
It would have been even better if you just had some embarrassing music playing on in the background.
Oh, yeah. Like, I'm sure it could have been much worse. And that's what I think Rostamouse had said. Like, John, you could have been picking your nose. You could have been in your underwear. Like, it could have been anything.
I think, like, what would have made it the best for me is if you had, like, Aqua's I'm a Barbie Girl playing as you were doing the poses.
Next time. Maybe next time.
Matches have started.
Oh, okay.
All right. We can dive in.
So let's get this going. USA, Netherlands. Let's see. I think the US Netherlands game is being created right now. So that's the one we are going to be streaming. That's the one I have the information for. So let's see. What is the US? There they are.
Alrighty. It's crazy in the Discord because I see the previous channels get deleted and it dwindles.
Until it can only be one.
All right, only one victor. But a lot of strong teams, a lot of good representation already in the mix. Are you hopping to the US side?
Yes.
All right.
Let's see.
Who are we watching? Void Pointer and LMS 57?
Yep, the game is going to be USA versus Netherlands. It should be starting in a minute. And US has LMS 57 and Eric B. Leslie, I think. And then Netherlands has J4S2P and Delta.
Excellent.
And I think that's LMS 57. It could be LM 557. I don't know. I hate S's and 5s.
Looks like the players are just kind of doing the regular boilerplate, connecting the VPN, removing SSH keys so that they are quick and easy on the trigger.
Yep, and the game has started. So the countdown is probably going to be 10 seconds slow, but that shouldn't matter too much. So let's go in. He is SSHing in. He's going to try to protect his box. This box's name is Defi. I forget what the other box name was. It wasn't Fuel. Fuel was just the CMS.
Yeah, I believe that was Creativity. Is that right?
Creativity. That sounds, yes, correct. So right now he is going into sudo and putting some flags in so Nikki and stuff can't do anything. Just adding that -- version. We'll see if he loses availability points or anything for this. It's always a game that you play. You get points if your services are online, and you also get points if you submit the other team's flags. So if you do something the scorebot doesn't like to take something offline, then it yells at you, and you lose those availability points.
Kind of cool to see just a notion of Terraform and Ansible here in the sudoers file, though. Terraform being used, to be able to automatically deploy a lot of infrastructure. Ansible is the very same, provisioning and actually setting up and decorating any machines or infrastructure you might build out. I wonder if we're going to actually be able to see much of that in here. But I also see this subdomain, Laravel.defi or DeFi.
Yeah, and Laravel is a PHP framework. I think framework's the correct word for it. It's like
fair.
Flask or Django is to Python, is what it's for PHP. There's other ones like Cake PHP. Every language has its own framework, and developers should definitely use those because if you use the framework, there's a much less chance of putting SQL injections or other vulnerable code because you're not writing those functions. You're using the framework's version of that function. And if a vulnerability is found in the framework, you update the framework, and then it's patched. If you write your own code, the only way you know about a vulnerability is if someone physically looks at your application and finds it for you.
And very interesting file that they just found. I don't know if you're looking at the same, but blog.cat was kind of displayed out and catted, and that looks like a serialized PHP object.
Ooh, we have some deserialization potentially. It looks like he is at a login form of this, just testing for basic injection. He did the or 1 = 1 in the username. I didn't know what he did on the password because it was masked. It was probably the same exact thing.
Yeah, copy and paste, I think. Did you see a comment syntax get put in there, though? 2 hyphens or hashtag or octothorpe? I didn't see him finish that.
I did not notice. What I would probably be doing in this scenario is trying to find out my Laravel's password and then doing a single quote comment. Not trying anything fancy like the or 1 = 1 or things like that could be filtered.
Right.
But if I have a valid password for my instance, because you have the same box as your attacker, then if I put my password in and then the comment and I log in, I know it works. And that's SQL injectable. I can do the same thing with the username, the email address. So you don't have to do any of those payloads. But it looks like he thinks Laravel is in debug mode. And is he updating a script right now to help automate this?
This, again, looks like an exploit DB script he might have just pulled off. I saw a notion of PHP GGC in there, trying to maybe and FAR files, maybe doing some deserialization stuff.
Yeah,
I'm excited to
GGC
see where
or
this
whatever
goes.
that is like the gadget collection library, or
Yeah.
I forget exactly what the 2G stands for, but it's just like YSO serial, but for PHP.
Which is crazy cool.
Yep. And I'm going to hop over to Delta. Let's see what his is. See if we have a player that has bigger text for the stream. And Delta definitely does, but he has that. I hate transparency. I know I said it last Battlegrounds, but like he's looking at Wireshark in the background. I'm curious if this Wireshark is like his. Well, it has to be his castle because he doesn't have access to the other thing, or it could be his box. And maybe when he does like a reverse shell, he can like see the color behind his terminal to see if it was successful. Maybe that's the whole logic behind
Interesting. It looks like he was kind of perusing with some Node.js source code, though.
Yeah, he's in Bigtree, which VerDubDubDub Bigtree cat index. Is that Node? I don't know where he was for that. Maybe it was Home Nikki where he was looking at the Node.js. But again, these Battlegrounds machines have multiple vulnerabilities and multiple things.
Very
so
true.
yeah, Home Nikki has Node.js.
I, just taking a completely smooth brain, I don't know literally anything else approach, I feel like I might have a little bit more trust in being able to beat up a Node.js thing other than Laravel. And unless Laravel is in debug mode, part of me would want to think there might be some other sensitive, fragile things in that Node application. But I don't know. What
I'm
would
the
you
complete
tackle
opposite.
in this scenario? Yeah, okay.
I would have went for the PHP because I know PHP much better than I know JavaScript.
Fair.
If I saw, like, if I looked at that blog.cat and saw the serialized object, I may like go into the Node directory and look for the library node-serialize because that's like the infamous deserialization node vulnerability in CTFs. That library hasn't been updated forever. You should never use it, but it always makes its way into CTFs.
Very true.
And I'm guessing it makes its way into professional applications. I just haven't done many tests against Node apps, surprisingly.
I think there is now kind of a new movement to get more Node and Express or JavaScript stuff within Capture the Flag. I think a lot of the Hack the Box CTFs that have been going on have been a lot of Node.
Yes. A lot of those developers are good with Node. I think the whole, I want to say the Hack the Box front end is, well, no, that's maybe Vue or React.
Yeah, gotta be React. I know everyone's all in the hype on React.
So we do have some weird scores. US 56, Netherlands 78. Is that, am I reading that right? Yeah. So both teams have lost some points in the availability. Netherlands losing less points than the US.
I'm curious what they changed that might have made that. Do you think that's the pseudo notion when they added those tag version arguments?
Yeah, that could very well be that. I know that was a big thing the last Battlegrounds tournament of everyone doing that and had some complaints. I don't know if it was fixed or not because, again, I don't even know these healing scripts. So, oh wait, it looks like he had it. He pulled it on stream. So he's looking at the script that's used to identify if services is online.
He must be wondering how and why are we losing points. He's checking the Terraform, or at least I see the lines to check the Terraform and Ansible sudo, but
yeah. And it's just looking like it is there. So the TAC version should not have screwed it up.
No, I feel like it might be. That regex at the very, very end requires a space and then a literal star and then the end of the line. So I think it has to.
Yeah, literal star. I missed that. I thought I was matching everything. I always hate Bash and like how it handles wildcards because that slash could be there because like you may have to double escape it to do a literal.
Yeah, no, you're totally right. Especially in Bash and the command line, it's going to get super wacky. And then when you add regex into the mix, that's going to be even more mind-boggling. But I have to think it has been that pseudo-worst change that is doing some damage now.
Yeah, and it looks like he is trying to execute the health script after doing it so we can see what it responds with. I'm going to hop over to J4S's screen. Let's see what he is up to. It looks like he is doing something. Attack box 1 public. Let's see.
This looks like some local file inclusion attempts. I see some
Yes.
URL encoded periods and forward slashes, potentially trying to reach an RSA key or SSH private key.
And he probably has confirmation that key exists, at least on his box, because again, the boxes are the same, so we can look into Home Nikki's directory and see that SSH key is there. Definitely one of the nice things about the Battlegrounds is you can play both sides, so you can realistically do these in 20 minutes. If this was just like a normal machine, you wouldn't have that insight to be able to look at everything that exists, and it can take much, much longer.
Part of me wonders what clued him in to potential local file inclusion. I don't know if curl is going to end up getting this right with the URL encoding.
Yeah, and he's going back over to Burp Suite, so I do like that. He also has an extra slash at the beginning that could screw with it. Let's see. Opt flag. So now he's just trying to get the flag and not found.
I don't think I got a good look at what was in that Node.js application. I thought I saw a node-serve package or library brought in. I wonder if that is known to have local file inclusion or any of these tricks and techniques you could pull. But I'm not seeing success come from this just yet.
Yeah. So I'm curious what he changes. He may try like a double URL include, or maybe he's just going to do periods instead of the encoding. The reason why he'd probably do this and use the %2e in curl is curl will automatically, I think, traverse the ... unless you do the -- path as is. And then that will disable that feature of curl. And
Looks like he got it.
Yeah, get /public and then just dot. So I think he was missing the /public.
Yeah, maybe that's weird to me that it needed to just move into that directory and then move back out of it, but probably some trick in the middle there.
And now he's going to try to get the RSA key. Please. Ooh, I would have did like Control R to send that to a different pane.
Right.
Just in case this key doesn't work and they harden it, he just lost that flag. There's like nothing worse than getting the flag and losing it. But we'll see.
Wonder if he was able to submit that just fine. But at least he has an SSH private key granting him some initial access, hopefully, and he's in.
Yes, and I do see on my screen, I have the ability to see like own points versus total points, and Netherlands does have 100 own points, so it is now 278 versus 56.
All right, we've got a game here, ladies and gentlemen. Now we're pulling it in. Netherlands taking the lead.
And let's see what he does. He's going to do the sudo tac L, and ooh, he can do Terraform or Ansible with star. So it looks like the US may have reverted that, because I thought I saw them adding those. Or maybe like he had issues writing. I didn't see if he did like an exclamation point to force the write, or maybe it was immutable, so you couldn't write without doing an attribute change. I don't know.
I am wondering if they noticed they were losing that availability points and went to go switch this back.
Yeah. But now he's going to do sudo terraform -h. I wonder if this is like on GTF opens. It may not be because it's not a default binary. But he does Terraform console. And then...
Now, will this allow him to run commands?
I don't know Terraform. I'm a huge like Ansible person. I should be using Terraform for things, but I always find a way to work with Ansible and stay within the Ansible technology. Like, I know Terraform's like much better at provisioning VMs, but I found an Ansible script that hooks into vCenter, and I could just use Ansible to copy a clone and then wait for it to build and do all that stuff. So I'm always hesitant to always like work together 5 different projects to do one task, because if something changes, I have to keep in mind and watch all 5 of those projects to know what is changing on those versus just being really good at one.
I'm curious.
I like this.
Ooh, excellent technique. That was awesome.
So if you missed what he did there, is he did the console and he set the var file, which will probably load Terraform variables, to the flag. And Terraform errored out saying, hey, this isn't a variable, and then outputted the information he wanted. So now
Holy
he's got
cow.
the root flag. So Netherlands
That was
pulling
such a good
further
idea.
ahead. It is 300 own points for Netherlands, 100 points for the user, 200 points for the root, and US does not have any owns. So let's go over to, let's see, what Void Pointer is doing. Oh, he's looking at that node thing that we were looking at, where there's that LFI. So we can try to figure out what public is doing. Server, node serve, port, serve option. I don't see anything about public.
Nor do I.
Maybe
Part of
it's
me
in-app.
wonders. It might be. I'm glad that they are pivoting to this, though, because so far we had seen some success from the Netherlands team. I wonder if they had caught on to that or if they just knew, hey, there might be some other options for us to explore.
I mean,
without getting any ground.
Any type of deserialization attack, if it just doesn't magically work with like why so serial, and even if it does, finding like the correct commons collections payload or something to use takes time, right?
It does. It can be very, very frustrating and slow.
You have like major kudos if you pull off writing a PHP gadget in under 20 minutes. Like
I think we've seen it on like UHC, right? Or Ultimate Hacking Championship. They start slinging some crazy stuff super quick.
Let's see. I'm going to check LMS, see what LMS is doing. The last time we looked at him, he was hardening, and looks like he still is. So maybe he's doing some type of incident response on this box, or I don't know. Let's see. He's doing public. Oh, there he goes with the ... slashes. And let's see. He doesn't have a space after the last one. Right now he's on his Defender box, probably trying to find a file that he can include. I just go like etc past WD, but we'll see.
Do you think missing that space and that HTTP request is just breaking that request? Honestly, I feel like you need that header. Do you not?
Yeah, he needs a space there, but he has not sent it. So we'll see if he realizes it once he starts typing the file name. He may end it with a space. We'll see.
Maybe.
Yes, he did.
There we go. And he's getting local file inclusion.
So now he's going to go over to home Nikki and get that SSH key. And then from that SSH key, he'll be able to get in and get the flag. We'll see if the Netherlands team had done anything to prevent the flag. And it looks like they did. They are one step ahead of the U.S. on hardening. He's looking at his own SSH flag right now, or SSH key, and like, wait, it doesn't exist on their box. So at this point, I just go for like opt flag and have to find a different way. He's going to try using his own SSH key, but these are generally spawned on boot of these Battlegrounds machines, so I don't think it's going to work. And we see your greetings. I wonder if that is the Netherlands team just saying, hey, we are on your box.
Hello.
So 4709 is what he killed. Or 03. What was that? I missed it. I think that was a less or something. He's trying to get him off the box. But you can see like the mindset this is. He has the LFI. He didn't get on the box, and he's going back now to defending when he really needs to submit that flag because the flags do rotate every 5 minutes. So if he doesn't submit it, there is a chance he just loses points for that round in this match. And wait, he's not even going to go for it.
Had he gotten it maybe earlier, then we missed it. I see USA with
And
256.
we have one winner. India versus Malaysia. Finally, we have a winner from this match, and it's India.
Awesome. But US, I think we did miss it. Either he submitted it or Void Pointer did. US is at 200 own points, but Netherlands is at 600 own points. The total this match is 456 to 856 with Netherlands in the lead. And there's just 2 minutes left in this game.
Goodness. Netherlands certainly had a breakaway early on, and that gave them the edge. They're getting the offense early and then knowing, hey, let's crack down on the defense now that we know an attack vector, get that IDRSA private key out of the way and lock them out here.
Yeah. Quick thinking. I wonder if that's what they lost some availability points for, is deleting that key. Or maybe, I think what you have to do in Battlegrounds machines is regenerate the key. But then again, that wouldn't fix this LFI. So the answer is preventing the LFI. So my guess is they probably just said, you know what? We don't have the time to fully fix this, but we don't want them to get their own points. We'll lose some of the availability to prevent this vector. But the correct answer would be patching the LFI and node. And that's one of the cool things about Battlegrounds is learning how to do all those patches across all the languages. And if you have a mistake and someone finds a way around it, you find out on a game instead of in real life, which is always good.
That's for sure. Absolutely.
Unless it's Log4j and you find out in Minecraft and it affects the whole world. Sorry,
That's
had to
just
throw that one
a
out.
special case, right? Like Minecraft, Log4j.
So it looks like the game is over. There's actually 50 or 45 seconds left in the game. The countdown is slowly off, but US is admitting their defeat because there's no way they can make up for the 400 points that they are behind right now.
Well, that was very cool to watch, I'd have to say. I, again, am still in awe of that clever reading the root flag with the little terraform technique there. That could very well maybe have turned into a shell, but it didn't have to because it was just a super simple, hey, let's slap in the file, and it got it displayed right out.
Yeah, that's one of the funny things. I've come across that a lot working at Hack the Box over the last year because now we like do a lot of validation and trying to find unintendeds before they come out. Of course, that's like an impossible job. It's always going to happen.
Yep.
But that's one of the things that is so common of the feedback we'd give. They like have this super cool thing you have to do in order to get root. It involves a lot of binary exploitation. It's like an insane machine. It's like probably take 4 to 5 hours to do, and then we just go back to the author. Yeah, or you could just put the flag. You don't have to get a shell. And like, oh crap, I didn't think about that. Yeah, that works. The goal isn't always root, and that's one of the things that like work. Like if you ever work in IR, that'll be reinforced so much because attackers don't always care about root. It's something like pen testers and CTF players do because root is the end.
Yeah.
But if you're a bad guy, the data is what you want. And oftentimes, like the administrator's job, whoever has privileges, their job isn't to view that data. So you really need their privilege to view the data that you're after or the people are after. You need someone else's privilege. Of course, if you have administrative privilege, that lets you read the data by default. But oftentimes doing that whole root step is a lot tougher. Like,
I think that's a really cool talking point, though, because I feel that dichotomy and like the weird purist sense of like, oh, you're a capture the flag player, you're a pen tester, like you want and you feel like you need that shell and actually having command access because it feels complete, it feels full. But if you're doing an attack or if you're seeing an attack, kind of as you just mentioned, Ip, and not to keep beating Log4j over the head, but like, sure, you could get code execution and command and control, but honestly, if threat actor were to just exfiltrate your AWS secrets and the private keys with just silly environment variables, seeing the callback, and just reading the sensitive data and could then do more actions off of that. You don't need the full shell in some cases.
Yeah, and it comes from like one of my favorite talks. It's by Virus. I think it's Virus or Z at the end. I think the talk was like Tales of a Sword Maker. And one of the phrases he says in the talk is like his favorite place to get on in pen test is a phone because F root, I have your life if I'm on your phone.
That's true.
And like, oh man,
Wow.
like 10 years ago, I was scared of anyone getting like my Google history. But now, like, yeah, the phone has more incriminating and embarrassing things than anything else. It has my Google history, has more things.
Everything.
All my like multi-factor seeds and everything. Like,
Oh, that's true.
so I'm going to put the BRB up for 5 minutes while we decide what we're going to be doing.
Figure out what's next.
And we are joining a game that was in progress. It is India versus Ireland, and Ireland just submitted a flag. Or no, they did submit a flag. Is it India, Ireland? Actually, yeah, India, Ireland. I'm on Spain screen. So let's go to Ireland.
Gotcha.
And let's go protag. And we see this 1530. That looks like my time is good. So this is a super, super duper small font. Oh my God.
Yeah.
I can't even read that, and I have the full screen up. Let's see. Game no cam. Switch to the screen. Go up. So let's go to 12th Rock U and see if his is any better. So he is doing the LFI. So it looks like that's how they got the first flag, is through the Node.js app. I don't see public. That could be like my screen's artifacts. But he had something there and then the LFI. So I'm guessing if you just didn't have a file or something, it just didn't trigger the LFI. So you needed a file, then you could do something else there. Now he's going to be writing this key and remembers to chmod it. That is something I always forget to do, is chmod the key. And then I try to SSH in. It's not always obvious that the key's the wrong permissions. I think recently there was a update that says it, or maybe I'm just misremembering that.
I do the same. I do constantly forget.
And I don't know what he's doing this curl with. Curl-T.
Yeah, what is that argument? I don't know off the top of my head. Is that an upload? Seemingly, writing it to...
temp. What? That's not a URL. So this must be something he does to share it, maybe?
So temp.sh is a public website. Looks like it can upload a file. And a very, very temporary upload with curl-T.
Oh, wow. I didn't even know .sh was a URL thing, whatever it's called, TLD?
Yeah, TLD, a top-level domain. That's awesome. Yeah. I'm curious why he had done this, unless it's just to share with his teammates super quick.
That is probably what my guess would be. Or maybe it's his way of just staying organized. So he's going to be doing this. He is in Terraform now. There still is the wildcard at the end. Let's see if he does that console trick. I'm really interested in this.
Yeah. Looking through the arguments, looking to see what could be done.
So there's validate. Let's see. He could probably potentially just validate that /root/flag.txt or whatever it was to see a validation error, and then it would also say.
I want to do a quick Google search for Terraform local privilege escalation, if that's a thing.
I envy you right now. I have all my real estate on my computer is used, so I don't have a browser.
Part of me thinks that Ansible would be a quicker win syntax-wise, or trying to figure out what the heck to do to be able to do that locally.
Yeah, I'm guessing -m is module, so you probably just have to write a playbook? I don't know what -m is. What is -m? I think he's having the same thing as me. -M is module path. Lowercase m is module name. So yes.
If you can create a playbook and run this with Ansible alone rather than using Ansible-playbook, I know you could absolutely use it to try and run on the local machine. Looks like we're doing some quick Googling.
Yep. Understanding privilege escalation with Ansible. Let's see. Oh, this is just the Ansible use guide. They're not going to say how to priv-esc with a command line flag. But in Ansible, it's all YAML syntax. And if you want your thing to do an SU action and pull the password from a variable, it would be become. Become is the YAML syntax for telling your playbook it needs to go to root. But, I mean, you could potentially just do Ansible-M in the flag, and it'll probably be this isn't valid syntax for a module. Here's the flag.
Very true.
So,
grab another local low-privilege one, slapping that in.
Yep. He already owns the flag. He was testing if, the flag's rotated yet. He's just keeping an eye on that flag. And then he's going to try Terraform now. Let's see what he does. Terraform star. Let's see. -- help. Console is definitely the one probably that gets the most attention. Like it just drops you into that Terraform prompt. But then you have to figure out how to use Terraform.
I would think, like, you know, in like a MySQL or like any other interactive prompt, it might just give you a quick option to run a local command. But I'm not sure if it would have that support within Terraform.
Yeah, I would probably be Googling around for like Terraform copy file.
Yeah.
And then just copy root text to /temp. But now that I watched the last game, I would be doing --var or whatever it was to just load the variable file. So become method. But he can't use these become flags without specifying a Ansible variable file. I forget exactly what it's called in Ansible. But yeah, he can't just magically do become user root because Ansible doesn't know how to get to root. It uses su and types in the password for you. But that password's in a configuration file, and doesn't have that configuration file. If he did, he'd literally just type su and paste in the password. So watching this struggle in real time is so fun.
Oh, totally.
So let's see, sudo ansible -m cmd. No, it needs a Python file for the thing, I think. Let's see, cannot match supplied host pattern, ignoring ID. So he's also got to specify the host playbook. And for this, he'd want to specify the host as localhost. Normally, Ansible doesn't run on localhost. You'd be like running Ansible and having it SSH into a different host, I believe. So Terraform, let's see. I'm surprised I don't see GTFO bins up there, honestly.
Right. GTFO bins does have an entry for Ansible, but it's strictly Ansible playbook. So it might need some finagling to figure out how to use it with just the core, Ansible commands. But
maybe I'd like Google like Ansible module copy file, right?
Right.
Or maybe like I would add sudo into this. Like he's got Terraform privilege escalation, but he doesn't have the word sudo.
That might help narrow down the results here.
The number one thing you can do to get better at being a security person is like improve your Google foo. Your Google foo can never be strong enough. Like I would even probably do like site:/hacktricks.xyz and then search hack tricks. Oh, I really want like, I hate to say this, but it would just be hilarious if Carlos lost because of documentation someone found on hack tricks faster than him.
That would be a tough pill to swallow, that's for sure.
So now he's looking at just how to use Terraform with commands, but he's only got 7 minutes and 50 seconds left. It is tied right now, but I believe Ireland scored the flag first. So this is IAM vulnerable. I'm guessing this is an AWS thing because it has the word IAM in there. And there we have AWS CLI. So definitely probably not this unless like, I think it's local stack is installed because this is a VM. This is not a EC2 instance. But again, still just trying to figure out how to do that privesc. And unfortunately, I don't see the people from India streaming, so I can't switch over to their screen to see exactly what they're doing. Oh, wait. Ireland is at 478. India is at 178. So I think when I looked at it, availability checks were running, and it had them tied. But Ireland's definitely in the lead. And, they got root. Maybe it was
excellent.
Wait. I did not catch it. I think the screen artifacted while I was talking, looking elsewhere. Did you catch what got root?
I guess I just don't know either.
Nick got
I do see the 478. We're still waiting on 6 minutes and 40 seconds.
Well, we can see they submitted the root flag. He's got root at that. I think we both just missed the command he ran.
Is this his box that he's on right now? Or is he in a full shell on the target?
I don't know. I don't think you'd run PSEF Forest on the target box,
on the
right?
Target, right. So
I'm guessing this is his. Sudo you are root. So root telling root to do something's kind of fun. So we'll see if he starts playing with this. But I think the answer right now is not to do anything because India's sitting on own points of 0 and Ireland sitting at own points of 300. So I wouldn't be worrying about the Privesk step. I would be looking into like patching that LFI or that PHP or finding a different way in. Or maybe he's just like didn't do it through Ansible. He's like, I want to learn how to actually do the Ansible way if he did it through Terraform. Or maybe just read the file. Like the last one.
Maybe.
But there are 5 minutes and 20 seconds left, or 15 seconds left. So the match is near its end. We'll see if they get the user and root flag soon as it changes, or if India kicks them off the box. If they submit the user and root flag, then this game's going to be over and Ireland is going to take it. Because at that point, India won't have any way to come back. So India's thing at this point, if they were paying attention and like doing the whole metagame thing, would be putting all focus on defense right now, because if they do kick Ireland off and manage to pop their box, they still have a chance of winning.
I don't know if you can see ProTag's screen, the other fellow player, but he is goofing off with a cool game.
Oh, this is Osu.
Oh,
OSU,
excellent.
I think. Or it's a clone. Nope,
Yeah.
Osu. So, funny story. I used to play Osu probably between 4 to 5 hours a day to practice StarCraft.
Wow. Like, just to get used to clicking things rapid fire fast?
Yes.
Or...
So, like,
wow.
In the game, I played Terran main. Well, I was a Terran main, but I had played all the races. But in like some of the battles, specifically Marines versus Banelings, which are like suicidal bugs that go and explode on you, and they do massive AoE damage. The game itself loves clumping up units. So if you just click on all your Marines and move, it clumps them up and moves it because that's efficient, right?
Yeah.
But if you get attacked by Banelings, you don't want to be clumped up because like 2 Banelings will take out 20 Marines. Wow. So what you have to do really quick is like click 100 times to move and split your units up. And Osu is probably the best way to practice that, to get quick with the mouse.
Wow.
Because that's essentially all you're doing in the game.
Ooh, I see he had gotten a quick Ansible trick to be able to get the root flag.
Pro tab or 12th rock you?
12th rock you.
What was the Ansible trick? They just do like -M in the flag name?
He ended up doing some localhost trick to be able to, believe a file.
Okay. And that will be the game, I believe.
Wow.
Right? Is it? Did they submit the flags? I still see only 300 own points for them. Maybe in 10 seconds my screen will update.
Teammate got root.
Oh. So ProTag did it. Oh, there he goes. I'm in ProTag screen. Sudo Ansible -M command localhost -A cat root. That's good. So I was right. Wow. You had to specify localhost. So he's using the command module. So I was wrong in the fact that I was thinking of building a module. So he's just using the command module, specifying localhost, and yeah, that'll be it. And they're watching the stream, so they were probably talking about us being confused, and now he'll hear me talking about Osu probably.
This is so meta.
If you're still watching it, 2 minutes from where you're watching it right now when I'm saying this, the other team solved it by just using Terraform console and including the variable and specifying the flag. Of course, the flag is not the correct format for the variable file, but Terraform errored out and just displayed the flag for them.
Well done. Well done. Last couple minutes of the game. A clear takeaway.
Yep.
778 to 278.
So I'm going to switch to the BRB. We'll be back in 5 minutes, hopefully with another game.
Excellent.
I noticed this time I was still muted when I said, and we are back. So this time it was like only 15 seconds of being muted. There's probably some PTSD from previous watches of Battlegrounds tournaments where we did that for like 5 minutes.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's definitely a traumatic experience tucked away in our minds.
But APTR4T, I'm guessing that's like Aperture or something, asks, are the machines for this tournament designed specifically for the tournament, or are they currently active Battlegrounds machines? Well, technically, they are active Battlegrounds machines because we are playing them. However, because we stream these matches these machines go immediately into the streamer mode or retired mode. I forget exactly what the mode is, but when you play Battlegrounds, I believe there's still 2 modes. One is for like ranked, maybe it's ranked and unranked, but one mode plays only active machines, which we ask please don't stream or do write-ups on. And the other mode is the free-to-play mode that does do write-ups where you can do streaming, write-ups, things like that. So if you just want to practice, that's the mode for you. But if you want to actually compete, I would highly suggest playing the ranked mode. And I do know behind the scenes we have like a ELO system that does rankings. I don't think it's public on the website yet because we're just not ready to do that. But one day, hopefully, if Battlegrounds becomes popular enough, we'll have a big matchmaking system. It's ready for it. We just need a bigger player base. So until we get that, we're doing these tournaments to play with.
Votes have given already, so we have the semifinals starting now.
Okay. The semifinals being between Ireland and Netherlands, is it?
No. We have Austria versus Netherlands and Ireland versus Spain.
Okay, let's do Ireland versus Spain.
Alrighty. Who we want to check out? I am Carlos again.
Yeah. I saw some banner in the chat saying Carlos should take down hack tricks for the match, but I think it's something where you can just like git clone and run it locally. So the match should be started in like 3 minutes.
Are you still using Parrot these days, Ip?
Yeah.
Awesome. I see a lot of folks in Cali playing.
Yep.
Everyone has a distribution of their choice. So
The Parrot developer, I don't know if he works for Hack the Box or he's just in our Slack, but it's always nice having the people that maintain it on your quick dial or whatever it's called when you do run into issues, because any Linux distro I have, I am the Linux maintainers or distro creators like worst nightmare because I do so many stupid things that always ends up bricking it. So it's always nice having someone there that I can just message very quickly because I also do my videos last minute. So anytime I have like an issue with Linux, I'm like hair on fire.
totally.
So the game should be starting soon. We are waiting for the match to be deployed. It's preparing the teams. It generally takes about 2 to 3 minutes once we're here. And I would be showing you the screen, but as soon as I show it, my countdown starts for the game timer. So I don't want to do that. Oh, that reminds me, I have to change the countdown to start at 20 minutes because we joined the last game in the middle. There we go. So we should be going any minute now.
Who do you think, guys, will win? I don't know. Austria and Netherlands are both very good, though Netherlands didn't have a tie, so they went straight to the finals. So that might mean something. The rest team had ties.
Well,
I'm
gonna do what I always do in sports, which drives my friends crazy, and whoever beats my team, I root for. So Netherlands beat the US, so I'm rooting for Netherlands. Because in my mind, I'd like to think if my team didn't get eliminated, we had a chance at winning the finals, right? So if I lose, even if it's like my rival team, I'm still going to want them to win because I want to know I was beaten by the best, right?
Okay, it makes sense.
It's a very cool perspective.
Like the worst thing is to like lose to a team and then the next round goes on and they just get killed. And
Yep.
like, oh,
I understand.
I lost to
So
that.
that means I should root for Austria, though, because Austria is the one that competed against Greece, and Greece didn't go to the semifinals now.
Man, at this point, I kind of wish Italy won so I could hear you say I wanted to root for Italy.
To be honest, I love Italy. Italian hackers are amazing and the community over there. Plus, Rome Hack Conference that we support every year, the CTF, and we go there. It's amazing. They have amazing talks like Tirjan, Oranchai, like people
Yeah.
that created amazing tools. They have an amazing CTF. Okay, yes, we host it, but an amazing community. The CTF is like from a medium to insane, and they solve it like crazy. It's very good.
I am also third generation Italian, so I think that means my great grandparents were Italian and came from there, or maybe it was great. But yeah.
Ooh. My
It's also from their last name, right?
Yes.
Ippolito. Yep.
And
my
the game looks like it
grandparents
is
are
started.
Italian, which is surprising because I should have like darker skin and be taller, but I don't look Italian whatsoever.
I would guess Irish.
Yeah, you're right.
And
just
how
don't have
come
the
they're
temperament.
here, though?
Yeah. So the red hair, I guess, comes from all of the gentlemen, my father's and my family. Dad's had red hair growing up, and that's a Swedish portion. So,
Okay.
I did like
Well,
the-
sorry.
go on. I was gonna say I did 23andMe, and I am like everything. I am as mutt as you can go. There was pretty much no
Wow.
continent that did not highlight for me. So
Wow.
Okay.
my parents, like my ancestors, must have been like gypsies or something.
It all makes sense. No, I'm kidding.
See, Scandinavian, British, Irish, French, German, broadly Northwestern European, Eastern European, with 5 different regions there, Italian, Spanish, Portuguese, broadly Southern European, Ashkenazi Jewish, broadly European, Indigenous American, Korean, Central Asian, Northern Indian, Pakistani, West Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa, like I am as mudded as you can go.
What?
Have you just opened the encyclopedia and you are reading names, or is that true?
I have my phone here and I was reading off of my DNA
Okay.
report. But yeah, I am everything.
How accurate are those?
You must
Should
have
we do
found
one?
some bug or vulnerability. And
Well, I have a brother and he also did it, and we're pretty much the same everywhere. We're both as mudded as you get. So
wow.
Cool.
my girlfriend did it. She is not. Had friends that were not. Like, I think it's pretty accurate. We did
Wow.
it for my dog. My dog, it was super accurate with. So,
Fascinating.
Did you do one for your dog?
yes,
What's the name of your dog, Ipsy?
Buffy.
Buffy. Wonderful.
I'm searching now, guys, to get a dog, and I don't know what should I do. And I was thinking that I want to give a hacker's name, something with Hack the Box, something like not Nmap or Parrot or something.
If you do a male dog, you can
Uh,
always name it Ollie. Ollie's a good dog name.
We have
I don't
a
know.
we have a good friend who's named their dog Callie for Callie Linux.
That's a good one.
yeah.
Cool.
But we are now in the game, the semifinals
Yes.
between. Is it Spain and Ireland? I think it is. That's what I typed. I hope we're in that game.
Yeah, on that one.
Yes. Let's see. Spain is Sir Broccoli and Ishack, and Ireland is 12th Rock U and Meme Lord, I believe.
Excellent.
And Sir Broccoli, I think, is Carlos Pop.
Mhm.
And that's who is that who we're watching? No, we are on Carlos's Pop right now. So he is looking at Visual Studio Code. There is a WordPress. So probably going to look at the plugins installed for WordPress. Do you have any like go-to attacks for WordPress? What would you be doing, John?
So I'll be honest, I would probably fire up WP Scan, just try to see if there's any immediate users that it could find or things that I just might not have eyes on immediately or vulnerable plugins, etc. I really like what he's doing here using Visual Studio like over his SSH connection to be able to look at all these files, because that's got to be so much easier just to be able to click around and open anything that you'd like. What say you though? Are you for WordPress? Are you the same? Hey, is knee-jerk reaction WP scan? Or?
Yeah, I would be doing WP scan first. Always doing enumerate everything, not just vulnerable. Maybe for Battlegrounds, I would be just doing vulnerable, but if it was work, I'd enumerate everything, and I'd be doing that because, again, always be running recon. And then I'd probably be doing what he does and just click around and go to the plugins. This pi_register, that's not a default plugin, so I'd be looking into this. Probably doing searchploit instead of Metasploit searching, because there's almost always going to be a searchploit script for what you're doing. There's not always going to be one for Metasploit.
I'd agree.
So let's see. He's also running linps on his own box. So when he does get root, he already has linps ran and can get an idea. It also is good for hardening. I'm sure if he does do like sysadmin type work, he uses probably linps also on his own boxes to see how vulnerable they are, what attackers can see. It's always good knowing like the attacker tools, and you can run that and be like, huh, I know what that output is. I know what they're going to be doing. And then when you're like looking at their command history after they get on your box, you're like, you ran linps. I know there's nothing there.
Do you see any value in even as root running linps or anything just for the sake of seeing the enumeration aspect of it? Like, okay. I do that quite often, and I start to think about it because I know a lot of folks, take these penetration testing certification exams, or they're going out for certs and stuff where you have a hands-on environment. And even if I've already compromised a box, I still want to be able to like, are there breadcrumbs? Are there nuggets? Are there puzzle pieces in here that might help me later on? So I'll just still run linps, even though I have visibility over everything, just to do that as a snapshot for enumeration.
Yeah, it does a good thing. Like I think GitCap does have the ability to recursively search through files, but I don't have to worry about capabilities, special permissions like set UID, things like that. I just run linps and it does all that for me. What we saw Carlos do right now, he downloaded a module, whatever the plugin is, bypass auth or create register bypass auth, and then did a reload all in Metasploit. So it loads that plugin, and now he's going to be running the Metasploit plugin. And whenever I have a choice between Metasploit or GitHub, I choose Metasploit.
Yep.
And the whole reason and logic behind that is there's probably more Q&A involved around Metasploit plugins. In order to get a plugin into Metasploit, number one, someone has to create it. And number two, someone has to validate it, right? So there's a validation step. And that's just two people running it. If two people run it, it's better than one person running it. I know like specifically the internal blue module for Metasploit is super reliable, but the GitHub script, if you just Google like internal blue GitHub, it's super reliable in the sense that you get a command shell, but you'll actually like put the server service, which is SMB, in a weird state that breaks it. It still says it's running and you restart it, it restarts, but it just breaks all authentication to that box. I don't know exactly what happens, but I've only really noticed that with the Python script, not the Metasploit script.
I know you're always a big advocate for like, hey, there's nothing wrong with just using Metasploit. And I agree with you in that the payloads, the modules, exploits that you find just are more stable, more sturdy, and better trusted. I know it's a can of worms sometimes because folks say, oh, hey, you're using Metasploit. What are you, a script kiddie? But like, no, it's effective. It works.
Yeah, I've actually put like the Metasploit API into my Python C2 server. All my implements are in C, but from my listener, it can execute any Metasploit script and then also replaces the shellcode with my shellcode. So instead of interpreter, it's sending my implant. But I love Metasploit.
That's awesome. Great to hear.
I remember using it a decade or two ago, back when it was written in Perl. Oh, God. But he's found the cookie, it's uploading payload, but it did not work. The other good thing about Metasploit is it does support proxies with pretty much every payload. So he should be able to just do like set proxies and set it to Burp Suite. No need to worry about putting those lines of code in. He did try setting it to verbose, so hopefully it tells what happens, why it failed to upload the payload. And I'm curious if this didn't work because the team like did a CH mod to make wherever it's uploading the payload to be not writable, right? That's what having Burp Suite will tell you, and I think that's what Carlos is switching to do.
That would be interesting because it looks so successful so far, bypassing authentication, but just doesn't finish it.
Yeah. So he's not going to do it through the proxy. I think he can literally just do set proxies, and it should work because how the script is handled, it's using Metasploit's HTTP class. So it just automatically has proxy functionality. He didn't do that. Instead, he set Burp Suite to listen up on a port. I think it was 7878. And now he's going to change the R host and our port values to be localhost 7878 and have Burp sit in the middle of that because all that traffic's forwarding to his target. Oh, wait, he was trying set proxy. Oh, maybe he just doesn't. He's just one of the. Oh, I don't know what he's doing. So it looked like he just changed the burp port, but he's also forwarding all that traffic to a host. So in this sense, you don't want to set the proxy to this. The proxy should be 8080, I think, because.
Oh,
maybe
okay.
I'm wrong.
Looks like he's got the plumbing there in place. Yeah,
it's working. There's more than one way to do everything, and that's what I love about watching other people's work. Right?
So we've got some stuff sent over to Repeater.
Yep. And what he's probably doing here is he's like, you know what? I don't need to upload anything, right? This has an authentication bypass. All I want to do is get the cookie that comes out from this authentication bypass, and I can manually put it in my browser. And then he's probably going to go over into the templates and put a reverse shell in a template, is my guess.
That would be a great idea. And I don't know if he is tracking that just yet. I'm not quite sure where he's moving on to.
WP login, infamous typo. So now he's going to try. I think instead of copying the cookie that comes back, he's just going to send the auth bypass payload, right? So he's going to go over the repeater, maybe? Let's see. What is he doing? Proxy, intercept, forward, repeater. Okay. So he intercepted the server's response, and he's now just going to tell his web browser to set all the cookies. And username admin is not registered. WP-admin.
Uh-oh. Just a couple stumbling blocks. So he had it. It was included there,
yep.
WP/admin.
He just noticed that in his Visual Studio. Is he going to log in? Is his cookie set correctly? Come on, load. His cookies are not set. So at this point, that's when I just set the cookie manually.
Right. Opening it in the developer tools and browser tools as he's done right there, you could just slap them in. It might not be set the correct way, but I think what he caught in Burp Suite was his client request, right? And then try to include the server response headers for setting cookies. I don't know if that would work. Would that? Is that why he's still not seeing it come through just yet?
I mean, it should work. I don't know why it didn't. Oh, maybe it did. There you go.
Okay.
All the cookies are there.
Excellent to see it. It took just a moment.
Yep. So now I'm guessing the exploit script may have been uploading a plugin, and maybe plugins are disabled, but he may have edit access to a template. I always recommend when you do this type of WordPress thing, do not modify plugins, don't update plugins, go to the templates, go to a template that is not in use. Because if you screw up the PHP code in the ASCII-Met plugin or something that's loaded everywhere, you take the website down.
Right.
But if you put it in a template that is not used, you can still manually query that template. And if you make a mistake, no one else is using that template because it's not used, right? So
absolutely.
It stands out a bit more in logs. So if someone was trying to do IR against you, they're like, wait, this PHP page has one hit. Yeah, that stands out. But I always choose reliability over OPSEC when it comes to doing work. That's one of the good things we have of being the good guys. If we get caught, it's not bad on us. It's good on the client. It's a kudos. I love getting caught because I get to add that into my report. When I get caught, I'm like, thank you. Can you give me some more IOCs? Here's the report I'm adding. When it goes to your boss, he's going to see you did such a good job. And then they start working with you more, right?
Absolutely. Very much agreed.
So here he goes, the 2020 theme, 404.php. He's trying to find exactly where this theme exists on the box. So I think he edited 404.php, or he's just saying if this is one he can call manually. Let's see, WP content themes. That does exist. It's probably... He's probably like, I have a typo. Let me just paste this in. 2020. And now he's going to go and probably try 404.php next. And if this doesn't exist, chances are the team deleted it. But no, it does exist. So go forward.
Oh.
He's going to try a plugin now. He moved on.
Okay. Yep.
Scatterbrained. There is no flag solved right now. So if he submits this flag within the next 30 seconds, he may just win. But if he misses the 30 seconds, then the flag rotation is going to happen, and both teams will have a chance to submit 2 flags. But if he submits it now, before the flag rotation happens, he'll have a chance to have 3 flags, where the other team can't do 3 flags.
I don't know if we're going to make the window.
I don't think so.
He could do some risky maneuvers, edit the front page, and if you could modify some of the PHP in there, like as you mentioned, trying to get into a template or something where, hey, add a simple system column on a get variable, you could at least get code execution. But I'm not seeing forward motion. It looks like this is just kind of choking.
Yeah, I would probably honestly do a file get contents and just get the flag.
Fair point. Fair point. Just slap it on the page wherever you can.
And I wonder if Burp Suite is listening or the box is just going slow.
Yeah.
See, is he even going through Burp Suite right now? I don't know if he is. So this is a theme, but he's not in the file yet. He needs to click on a PHP file, which I don't know if you can edit from this where he's at now. Can you?
I believe he could from here. He's just...
Oh, yeah, he's got to edit. So. He's got to change away from Spice Press Dark. Or edit indexnews.php.
Click into anything. Go to header, go to the footer.
Theme footer, footer.php. Edit it.
Please.
Yes.
Box is very, very slow, so the time is not on our side, but making slow progress. Oh, that second tab loaded. I don't know if it's...
I'm not sure what is going slow. At this point, I'd be like, ask my teammate, are you go busting or something?
You're like, well, he's got the PHP. Now it's just a matter of slapping something in.
Okay, no typos. PHP? What do you think he's going to do? Request, get, file get contents? Post?
I think apparently nothing. I know we're waiting just to see it. I would do a system naturally.
I bet he's on
get contents might be faster
on a different monitor. Okay, he's doing what I always do. Goes into PHP interactive mode and is just going to test.
Super quick proof of concept. We can use this syntax. Just slap it into the page. Add opt flag.
Come on, add the flag. Yes.
Running out of time, my friend.
Is it opt flag.txt?
It's got to have that .text extension, I think. Oh, I hope this doesn't kill him. I'm nervous.
Yeah.
This is another nail biter here at the end.
Opt flag. Is he going to notice there's no .text? Oh, I think he did. Add .text. He's clicked there. He's looking at the photo
I'm looking
now.
over at the scoreboard, but I'm seeing the 2-minute delay on the stream. Are we still looking at Spain 200 and Ireland 300?
It's 300. I think when you looked, availability points were happening.
Gotcha.
But no team has submitted a flag. Come on, flag.text.
We running out of time.
You know, this may be one of the downsides to doing the Visual Studio thing. Because he doesn't actually have a root shell on his box.
This is true.
He didn't just run the PHP on his box. He did it locally, and when he did it locally, he tested against etc passwd, right? There it
Right,
goes,
not
right
even
in
the real flag.
text.
Okay, okay. If this updates and if it reloads, we are just racing the clock right now.
Yeah, and is index news going to be like, what page is this?
Right, we don't even know.
He's updating the header and footer. Index news PHP not found. He's trying to find it. Is it on the store? Where is it? Oh, there is 1 minute and 20 seconds left.
Now, are you a Control F5 fella? Are you a Control Shift R fella?
Control Shift R.
Gotcha. I'm the same.
ShmooCon tickets taught me Control Shift R over F5. If you don't know, the Control Shift R clears the cache and then refreshes, right?
Yep. Oh, there it is. There it is. He's got the chance.
He's got 30 seconds. He's got to get over to the thing.
Got to submit it.
20 seconds.
It's got to be in another tab.
Come on, submit it.
This is a nail biter.
Come
You can see it's
on.
copy and pasted. I
Come
don't know if
on.
he's going to slap it in time.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6,
What is the delay?
5, 4.
Incorrect flag. What?
Wait,
Refresh the page.
it said incorrect.
What?
What?
We'll have to get with. Wait, I wonder if he accidentally ran that against his own machine.
No.
Is it possible?
What?
Oh, man. If he was testing against his whole machine this whole time, and that's why it was incorrect.
What is he looking at? Store. Oh.
I don't know.
Was it a flag rotation just at the last second or something? Now we're all just speechless, wondering. We're looking for the clutch last second
trying.
submission. But
I'm trying to understand.
I'm messaging Duck Archer, who will look. He's waiting for the stream delay, I think, to hit where the flag is. But
Gotcha.
Yeah. No, tell me, Ipsec.
Hmm?
No, it's okay.
I see them chatting in the Ireland and Spain channel on Discord.
nice. I'm going to switch over to the break while we figure out exactly
Ooh.
what happened.
Ooh.
Here we go. So we're going to be going into the finals. Hold on. My dog is going crazy right now. Not sure. Someone must be at the door. But Spain wins. The issue, John figured out exactly what happened with the command. Do you want to explain it, John?
Yeah, I would love to if that's.
Yeah. I was just clearing it up so we can get the game going on that. But since we saw Carlos read the flag and it was like 15 seconds before the end of the match, and he's like, the page is sitting wrong flag. Can anyone validate that this is indeed the wrong flag? And we couldn't validate anything. So he kind of just sat there for the last 15 seconds while the other team, they had the flag like they were ready for it. If they ran one more command, they would have got the flag and they would have had the right one. But Carlos was sitting there for like 15, 20 seconds waiting on someone to validate the flag. So we took this as a lesson learned, and like, yeah, he read the file. The other team didn't have a submission attempt. And because he did access the flag file, we're going to be awarding it to Spain. Oh my God. I was muted. You were not.
Nice.
So I made a slight mistake. John wasn't muted, but I was. So the verdict is Spain's going to win. I always have to make that mistake once. Sorry, guys. I'm talking with players constantly. Like, juggling 5 acts at once is not easy. But the logic behind that is while the other team was super close to getting the flag, I saw screenshots. They were doing that after the attempt was over. They didn't have any attempt at submission. And Spain had did it like 15 to 20 seconds before the match was over. And they were waiting on us to validate the flag was indeed, and like the flag wasn't tampered with, wasn't changed, etc. because they were reading it and submitting. We had no way to like tell them, no, what you're doing is incorrect, right? They read the flag, they copied it. There should be something in place that says it. So we're taking like actions learned, putting things in for next time to prevent that. I have 2 ideas right off the top of my head. If you try to submit not 32 characters, the JavaScript on the website tells you this is not a valid MD5 sum, which is not a flag. Additionally, like in these ties, we probably should have some type of sudden death mode because they keep coming up. So we need a better way to deal with ties in general. So
I'm seeing in the Twitch chat, I think the explanation was still muted. I don't know if folks were
that's why I
able to
just
hear
explained
me.
it again.
Oh, gotcha.
You're on the delay, so. But I think that's what we're going with, so we can start the game and be over within the next 30 minutes. So we weren't running too far behind schedule.
Of course.
Wait, John is? Oh, John was muted. I wasn't. So the reverse. Well, I explained it twice.
Nice.
Do we have the game starting?
We are waiting.
It wouldn't be a Battlegrounds tournament without me screwing up audio at least once. I wonder if there's a way
It's
like
okay.
I can tie desktop and microphone to one and have one button to click.
Do you have a Stream Deck?
I do not. I plan on buying one. I know you have two.
Yeah. It's kind of handy. Well, I'm bummed. No one heard my wonderful explanation.
Yeah, so
Yes.
you want to do the explanation right now while we're waiting for the game since people didn't
Is that
hear it?
okay? I don't mean to
I just sent out to Spain and Netherlands the code, so I believe soon they will start.
Yeah, we have
But,
like
so John, yeah,
5
you have
minutes
time.
before the game starts. So go ahead, John.
Okay, cool. I'm super sorry. I don't mean to be beating the dead horse here, but I thought this was a really, really interesting thing because it was just kind of a gimmick that no one expected, not even us, right? When we saw the flag that Carlos and Spain team had offered and submitted, IP had noticed there's an extra couple characters. The flag hash should be 32 characters long, but this was 34 characters. And IP said, somehow there are these extra 2 characters that added the numbers 3 and 2 or 32. And he said, this is interesting because it's like the hex representation for a space character. But that was odd to me because there are no spaces in the flag files. And it Sodi Roadrunner, it looks like some of the chats. Okay, no, it looks like now they're saying the invite was broken, but it works now. So sorry.
No, it's okay.
I wanted to recreate this locally to see what the heck was going wrong. So I tried to create my own opt_flag.txt file in my own Linux host, and then read it the same way with PHP TAC A in the read file function. Turns out, read file does a weird thing where it showcases just as well the length of the file or the number of characters present. So I added a new line and a space just to experiment with it, and when I added the space in the new line, it told me 34 at the very end. Remove the new line, kept the space, it told me 33. Remove the space, now it has the full hash, but it adds the 32 just tacked on at the end, and it looks like a hash, even though it's the wrong length, added the extra 2 characters. And that was the culprit. Just some weird, peculiar gimmick of what the read file function does in PHP. And that's a weird call, I think, for us to kind of decide and deliberate.
Yeah, it's a crappy situation, right? But at the end of the day, like, no matter what, someone's going to be upset when it comes to those. And even if in a perfect world, like a team submits a flag with 5 seconds left and a team submits a flag with 2 seconds left, people are still going to be upset because they both like submitted around the same time. Someone could complain like WordPress was going slower than the other. Like,
right.
No matter what, whenever something comes down to the wire in the very last second, someone's going to be upset.
Yep.
I've been on that plenty of times on the receiving end with playing in other CTFs.
Well, we probably had that moment like you and I together battling out in like B-Sides Nova or something.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Like all these scenarios that you never expect to happen always end up happening at the worst possible time. Like if this happened earlier in the series, like it's completely different than the semifinals, right?
Oh yeah.
Like, and then the ties earlier. Like I've played a lot of Battlegrounds games. I've never really tied. I've never really seen many ties except on streams. And that happens when you get like the best of the best playing against each other. There's such even matches.
But what a interesting tidbit, and it certainly made for one nail-biting game. I believe Spain did have the flag and that it was presented and showcased to them. It just had those extra characters.
Yeah.
Well, hey, we are ramping up and getting ready for the finals here. This is going to be a big game to kind of wrap it up, end this thing, and claim a country victor for the Hack the Box Battlegrounds. This is insane. So we're Spain versus Netherlands for the finals of the Holiday Mayhem.
Yeah, and we have Netherlands with Delta and J4S2P. Those names are the same on Hack the Box. And then Spain's players is going to be Carlos, we're going to call him. His Hack the Box name is Sir Broccoli. And then is Hack with 2 A's on the Hack word.
is hack.
And the game, is it started now? No, he just restarted the VPN, I think. Yeah. So we're still waiting on the game to start, and then we will hop on over.
Twitch chat saying we should just change the game to Osu. That was you. Final match.
And we have the game started.
And we're
So
on.
this is
All right.
the finals is 30 minutes. I forgot to change that in my script. So hold on a second. So I'll update the time. Wait, did the time just update automatically? 28:51. We're about 30 seconds off, so I will fix the time in a second. Or in 15 seconds. While the players are getting started, we see Carlos right now, right away, going up to his Visual Studio and opening up the box so he can see it.
And everyone is running. You can see there is an extra pace to be able to, switch between windows, run the commands, see what they're up against. Visual Studio Code giving us a quick overview of everything that might be on that machine.
Yep, and I'm going to take a look at Delta's screen to see exactly what he is doing. He is running clear right now. He's on his box, so I saw flag detect like, oh my god, that's a fast submission, but no.
Yeah.
J4, what is he doing? Delta looks like he is the one securing the box, and actually they're both looking at it. And we have J4 using Nano to view the source code of this application. It is another PHP app. He's doing attackbox1.htb, and let's see what is going on here. Defend box 1. Thing up nmaps. So both players are just trying to find out the lay of the land. And he went to 8443 but did HTTP, and his browser told him it was the wrong request. And we have some type of API coming on this one.
Yeah.
And forbidden user system anonymous cannot get path. So at this point, I would be like going on to my defender's box and looking at the source code of the application to see exactly how user is set. Are you literally just sending some JSON to the box specifying what user? kubectl. Ooh.
Kubernetes.
So this is a Kubernetes thing. So he knows exactly what is listening on this port. He doesn't have a Kubernetes like API token or anything, so I'm not sure exactly what's going on here, but I am not a Kubernetes person, so hopefully I learned something new here.
I don't consider myself a Kubernetes fella either. I know working with kube control and minikube can at least kind of experiment and tinker with some of the running containers between pods and all the other lingo. But I would agree the move at this point might be going to the defender's machine and seeing what sort of authorization is necessary. The nmap tells us there might be some specific endpoints to reach with that API, though.
And there's also the thing, he's looking at kubectl there, but kube config, but the other thing is this could be a privesc, right?
That's true.
Like it may not be attackable right now. So I'm going to hop over to J4's to see exactly, before I do that, what is that file? Okay, it's still blank. Stupid authority. So he's copying the file. I want to see if this works. My curiosity is piqued. He's replacing the URL from his attack box or his defend box to the attack box, I believe. And now going to try to authenticate against the other box to see if he can just reuse the credentials.
Worth a try.
If I had to guess, it's probably not going to work, but again, doesn't hurt to try. He's looking at StreamCloud Kubernetes.s8. While read P, again, doing something. The most descriptive thing I could be saying right now. He's doing something. Changing up.
Now, I didn't get the whole logic of that script. Is that letting it sort of enter different commands? Oh, or cruise through potential locations, or getting a cluster?
So he's getting all the endpoints at what he's allowed to do. So
Mm.
right now he's checking anonymous against each endpoint and seeing if there's anything that anonymous is allowed to access, I believe. So let's hop over to IsHack. We haven't looked at him lately. He has an
Ooh,
LFI.
He looks like he has some local file inclusion. Totally.
Yeah, so he does a LFI on the app, and let's see. He's looking at where the flag is, I believe. It's just optflag.txt, right?
Seems to be.
No submissions yet, so I don't think he submitted it.
I'm curious why he hadn't gone right away for that local file inclusion on the flag.
Yeah, I still don't see owned points. And obviously he's looking at past WD here. So let's see.
Is this his own box that he's looking at right now? 110.101 for the IP address.
I can't imagine that's his own box. Even if it is, just try changing the IP and see.
Right.
I think he's trying to find a way to weaponize this instead of just getting the flag. Oh, wait, no. Opflag.txt. It did not read anything.
Interesting.
So he could read something else, but for some reason the flag was not readable. Maybe like someone quickly put a regex in the PHP to prevent reading flag.txt. I don't know, but he did try reading. We saw that, but it just did not work. So it looks like he's going to switch
cube control
over to cube control to figure out exactly how to use this. What is Carlos looking at? Is he also looking at Kubernetes? He is. So everyone here is playing with Kubernetes, I believe.
This is the tough thing to do, right? I don't know if folks here are familiar or consider themselves wizards with Kubernetes, but it's going to come down to, hey, doing some quick research, doing some Googling, and trying to figure out what the heck we could latch onto.
Yeah, and what would your thoughts be with that LFI? Is there anything you would have done differently with that, or?
I would have maybe attempted to see, hey, can I reach logs? Could I potentially do some Dumbo log poisoning and maybe potentially get cone execution that way? If I still couldn't reach that flag, I think I would have tried a little bit more to see why can't I reach opflag.txt, or maybe attempted, hey, are there SSH keys that I for some reason might have access to, or anything. But I'm bummed to see that local file inclusion just look like an option and then fall away from us. So,
yeah.
What about you?
The things I would have done is I would have tried it, and he may have tried this, we may have missed it, but tried against a PHP file to see if I get output. If I get output, chances are it's going to be like a file get contents if I see the PHP stuff. And if it's not, if I just get a blank page, then I'm probably executing the PHP code and something weird happened there. So the next step I would have is, am I at the very beginning of the statement, or am I in the middle? By that, I mean, is the LFI going to like LFI function pages / user parameter? So I test for that by putting the PHP wrapper in there, because the PHP wrapper only works if you're at the very beginning, right? So the PHP filters like PHP : / filter / convert / dash base64.encode / resource equals then a file name. And if I'm in an include statement, that lets me read PHP source code, right? So with that, I would try using the PHP filter to read the flag, because maybe the flag is just wrapped up into PHP stuff, and that's why I can't read that file. But it's still nice to know if I'm at the beginning or end. And the other way to do this, because it is Battlegrounds, just log onto your own box and look at that PHP script and see how that LFI works, right? And it looks like we have IsHack going back to that LFI, maybe doing just that. We see he's also in Visual Studio looking for where that web app actually lives, I think. He was clicking around various folders. The reason opflag.txt may have not existed, maybe this web app is running in a container.
That's a valid point.
So he has to find a way, in that case, to leak the Kubernetes secret of that container. They can auth as that container and try to do things, would be my guess.
I don't know if this is availability points or anything, but I'm looking back over the scoreboard, and again, I'm on the 2-minute delay, but I see Spain still at 0, Netherlands at 100. Was there a flag submission that we might have missed somewhere?
Oh, yes. Actually, Netherlands has 100 points. Oh, no, never mind. They're both at 0. Availability points is 100 on each. So that's just updating.
Gotcha. So still looking for a breadcrumb.
But yeah, my guess is this web app is in a Kubernetes container, or a container that's managed by Kubernetes, and that's why you can't read the flag.
That makes the most sense to me.
So the secret is where to get the kube config, and I think it would be like the home directory /cube or .cube/config. What I would probably be doing with the LFI is accessing the proc file system to figure out what user I am. I forget exactly the flag or the path within proc to do that, but I know under proc you can figure out your user.
And that's one great thing to do if you have just file access through something like with local file inclusion. Hey, you could determine what is the command line that invoked this application. You could check out the current working directory. Digging through proc could give you some extra nuggets that just really help understand what you're looking at.
Yep. And I'm going to hop over into Delta to see where he's at. He was playing with kubectl earlier. We saw him, I think, like copying the config off his castle to see if the same thing would work. Right now, he's just looking at all the services. So there's some Golang applications, Go IPFS, or InfluxDB. I'm going to guess that is InfluxDB. Or actually, no, that's a Go. So I think that header came from, it's just a Golang web server, but IPFS is like Interplanetary File System, which is a really cool thing. It's like, I hate doing descriptions off the top of my head.
Yeah.
But I want to say it's like a file system over blockchain, if I remember correctly. But it's really good use case in IPFS to use as like an attacker because it's a really good place to host files. Because I think Cloudflare has a IPFS resolver. It's one of those major services. I want to say it's Cloudflare, but I could be wrong here. But what that means is you can connect to that service's IPFS thing and then host files. And it's kind of like a domain fronting thing, right? Because if I'm hosting files off of that service, then it has that domain. So any type of web filtering or stuff, they're just going to see going to Cloudflare. They're not going to see the whole path because of HTTPS. And now I'm just like giving executables over someone else's domain, which is a really good way to bypass like web filters or proxies or things. And if it is indeed Cloudflare running that IPFS, then you can't block Cloudflare.
Right.
How do you block the blocker?
Yeah.
So I'm going to go over to, I am on Deltas. Let's go to J4s to see what he's doing. And his screen looks interesting.
There's a little bit. I see there's table output. I wonder if there was actually any traction.
So he's doing kubectl skip TLS. Username, password. So it looks like he's just trying to kubectl to the endpoint. I honestly think his hack is probably the closest with, he's the only one I've seen that has that LFI, right?
Yeah, that is at least some potential forward motion, but it didn't seem to get much further.
Going over to Carlos's screen, we can see he is looking at this WordPress Pi register bypass RCE. Or no, he's just searching Metasploit for Cube to look at related Cube things.
Yeah, I think that WordPress one is maybe a leftover from the last game, but I don't know. I don't think Metasploit has any fancy Kubernetes modules or exploits just yet. I just don't know.
Yeah, when I saw that, I was like, what is he doing? And then it went in my head exactly what he was doing. And then I started talking and reading, and I just read and confused myself. Like that whole, like, which thing was it? The Bruce Almighty or Anchorman, either or. There's newscasters just reading whatever's on the teleprompter. It's exactly how I felt. Can go to IsHack and see what he is up to. So he's doing a potential exploit here. Something with Kubernetes and how it handles Verilog is all I took of that.
I'm looking at the title of this page. It looks like a kube pod escape. Do we have enough access to be able to potentially run this command? It looks like all we have is this local file inclusion if we are in a Kubernetes container.
Yeah, and this is where it would be nice knowing if it's a file get contents or an include, because we could potentially shell this container, which would be much easier to escape off of, especially if you're running as root. So right here, I think he's looking at Limpy's output potentially. Is that what this is?
Looks like it.
Of his box?
He sees lots of an actual container images or instances running from those number of hashes and IDs earlier.
Now, one thing I don't think Limpy's does, maybe it does and it's a new feature that I don't know about, but it would be cool if it detected Docker running and then would automatically execute Limpy's inside of the Docker and give you like a Limpy's inception.
Ooh, yeah.
Let's see. Still just looking at his host, trying to figure out what to do with this LFI. Maybe trying to figure out exactly where he sits, but I'm guessing at this point he knows that LFI is in a container.
I'm starting to think that might be a worthwhile avenue, though, if you could connect into your own container and then just try and, hey, get Limpy's rolling to see if there's any enumeration or access you might have.
It may give it like an interesting file. Like Limpy's, I think, does find Kubernetes configs.
Right.
So running that in your container, if that's where it is, would definitely show that. Just when I'm about to switch off the screen, he does something interesting. He's back at the contact form. I think this is where maybe the LFI was. I don't know. Doing search. Name. Zach, come on, send the message. What are we trying to do?
Odd that we're filling out actual data.
Okay, so this goes into the page, and this is where the LFI is. So page is equal to contact.php. I'm guessing this is an include, actually.
Yeah, because it includes that full file extension. I'm thinking the same.
Yeah. And because it's a .php script and I don't see PHP code, I think that's just running echo under construction, right?
Totally.
So
checking if it is logged remotely anywhere. That's kind of a clever trick.
Yeah, so he just attacked his own castle, I think. So what he did was put is hack in that contact form. That's why he was actually filling it out. And now he's just grepping his file system to see if that got written anywhere. This would be a way to weaponize that LFI. So at this point, I would probably run wfuzz and give it the word list of a bunch of files that exist on Linux. I forget what video I did that recently in, but essentially you get a word list of just a bunch of Linux files, pass it to wfuzz with the LFI, and then it'll tell you all the files that exist. So like he could probably just do find./verilog, get the file names, and then use that as a word list for his LFI.
Good call.
And if he can poison any of the logs, he should be able to get code execution. The other way to go about this is looking at like the proc fd or proc self, then file descriptor, and then try and go through like 0 through 255 to see if he can write anything there. Those are the two common ways to weaponize this LFI.
And I'll admit, I think that is rare. But once you find it, you know, hey, I can use this.
Yes. The proc FD thing is something I have rarely actually get working.
Yep.
What is QCTL? Quote? I think he's trying to do kubectl, and in his head, he's pronouncing it Q.
Oh, no.
Would be my guess?
Maybe.
There he goes.
Okay, it's coming through.
kubectl get.
But what deployments could you get? Or what things? Okay, we saw the source code there. I don't know if you noticed it. It had that include just get PHP page.
Yeah, so he could use PHP filters to extract PHP source code if he needed to. I'm going to switch over to Delta to see where he's at. We have like 10 minutes left and no flags. Is this going to be another nail biter right down to the minute, or are we going to tie and go to the next game?
Uh-oh.
See, J4. So what is he looking at? J4 S2P. He is still on his root box looking at Kubernetes. So it looks like everyone is just looking into Kubernetes, trying to figure out exactly how to use it. And I no longer really feel that bad for not being great with Kubernetes, because I'm sure this is probably an easy challenge, but it's just something a lot of us just don't have experience with, right?
I think a lot of the, again, UHC Ultimate Hacking Championship folks have been trying to showcase some more of these, but it's, I can't say a niche thing because a lot of folks are, taken into Kubernetes, but I just haven't jumped in yet.
Yeah.
Looking at certificates, I don't know if this is going to be the right road to drive down. Odd that no user account particularly has any access to anything to get, but
let's see. Check Carlos. Is anyone getting anywhere? So both players are still just trying this kubectl get environments command and not coming up with much. What is Huck doing? So now Hack is looking at proc self with his
Good
LFI.
Got to be listening in on the screen.
Having some. Oh, that's not good.
Bummer.
Go back over to Carlos.
Technical problems from Ishak. Cat might have eaten the router cable.
Test. Come on. What is he doing? So he thinks the password is probably some password. The name server doesn't have a resource. That's probably better than we saw before. Before we were saying unauthorized, but now it just says doesn't have that resource. So maybe some password is the password, right? Is that what I'm thinking?
I think I saw the same sort of response with any arbitrary password previously, but I don't know. Oh, he actually set credentials just above. Set credentials test username EXP, password some password. But we don't have those resources, whatever they are. Environments, namespaces. We are poking around in the dark.
Oh, never mind. So maybe I'm confused exactly how this is working. I don't know what that username equals EXP means.
Right.
Because he's doing set credentials for the test. The username's EXP. The password's some password. He's trying to authenticate with some password, but I don't know where username EXP is. Is that like, I don't know. Go over to J4.
Yeah, let's go see if Netherlands has any more motion.
Oh. Someone got dinged. Netherlands got dinged on availability points, I think.
Uh-oh.
It is 320 to 400.
Is that going to be the make or break?
That could be.
That would be such a bummer.
Yeah,
I wonder
if
it's
it's
been testing things, experimenting it, and brought something down for just a quick moment at the wrong time.
Let's see. Yeah, I guess that is potentially the downside to trying everything out on your own box before you do the attack, because you can see everything, but if you do something that does take a service down, same effects as if you do that in real life. You get penalized.
Oh, yeah. I see J4SP experimenting with a GitHub repository, but there's not much in it.
Yeah, there's a .git. I guess he's going to check out. I don't know what that CV is even. Like, what?
228559. Proof of concept for Kubernetes.
I wonder if he moved the files out and put them somewhere.
Maybe.
So let's go over to Carlos's screen.
On that CVE, the Kubernetes Kube API server, which sounds about right, in versions 1.6 to 1.115 and versions prior are vulnerable to an unvalidated redirect on proxied upgrade requests that could allow an attacker to escalate privileges from a node compromise to a full cluster compromise.
So the node compromise is probably what Ishack is doing, trying to get root on that container, or trying to get a shell. I'm on Carlos's pop. He is doing a bunch of auth can I, which tells you if you can do that privilege. But I think the answer here, you have to shell the container through that LFI.
Just a matter of finding how we could get original shell access with only local file inclusion.
So now he was doing Kubernetes proc red team, so he's probably trying to find the right thing, how to weaponize the proc directory on Kubernetes. Maybe the proc self FD doesn't exist.
Maybe. Might have some other things to latch onto. There was a question that I saw coming through the Twitch chat, which might be especially important now. Hey, what are availability points?
So availability points, both players have the same castles. The castles have various services running, and the availability point is the score bot logs into the castle, make sure that service is online, and if it is, you get those points. If it isn't, then you don't get the points. So we can see the score bot did not like something on the Netherlands. But we still don't have a flag submitted yet, and there's 3 minutes and 40 seconds to go.
Dang, it might be cutting it down to the wire on availability.
Or maybe someone will get a flag within the last second. We saw that just last game of the last second submission.
You can find the breakthrough.
So we see, I think I'm on Delta. He did the can I list to list all the things he can do on it. He can get API, health, live, open API, ready, version. But again, as John said, I think the answer is it is vulnerable to something, but you have to be within one of the cubes in order to execute it. Just trying all the things he has permission to see if there's anything interesting there. Oh, I'm on J4s. Let's go to Delta now.
Delta seems to be exploring the health check to get an idea what the heck went wrong with our availability. Why are we down? Can we recover? I don't know if there's enough time left.
Yeah, and Spain got more availability points. Netherlands lost, so it's now 500 to 320.
Dang.
So I don't know what it was. Maybe it was like when he was copying the Kubernetes config around. Maybe he moved instead of
modifying
copied.
it somewhere.
I do not know. So he's trying to SSH with Docker at the attack box IP. He's doing get all now. See if he has a credential. He did nothing for the username. And server doesn't have type. So I'm going to go over to Ishack. Does he have a shell yet on this?
He does not. He's exploring in Burp Suite to try and better protect this local file inclusion. He's got it already. It's just a matter of trying to see what could he access and uncover.
Yeah, he's using the Burp Suite intruder option. So that's essentially going to do what I said with WFuzz, just brute force this LFI with a bunch of files. Man page proc. So maybe he's going to try to just brute force everything within proc. One thing, maybe he doesn't have proc self. One thing you can do with that directory is if you brute force like proc, then 1 through 2000, then /cmd line, you can enumerate all the running processes on the box. So I think that's what he's trying to do, is find exactly what in proc, but there's only 45 seconds remaining.
Yeah.
And Netherlands at 420 availability points, Spain at 500.
Goodness gracious. Down to the wire, just cut off. Wow. Maybe not the finals and finale that it could have been, but good lessons learned. Hey, dang, we should all get smarter on Kubernetes here.
Yeah, it's been a while since I saw Kubernetes on Hack the Box, an actual challenge, but looks like he did kubectl. He's still on his own box, I think. Does he have any chance? There is game over, I think.
Done and done. Well,
so I think that will mean Spain takes it.
congratulations to Spain, the victor.
So
Congrats to Spain.
Wow, after however many hard-fought battles,
What do
nights
you
of
mean, John?
practice. I'm just saying, all the different levels of the tournament and everyone playing.
Yeah.
It's great to see. We come out at the end of it, another champion on the throne.
So what do we have next, Sodi? We have Spain winning.
Exactly. We have Spain winning, as it seems. Let me speak with the players to see if I can get them on chat.
Okay.
If I can get them here so they can speak and share their info.
Excellent.
Ooh, and when she left the chat,
They're
there'll
going
be
to go
weird things
collect the
happening
players.
on the stream thing because Google Hangouts changed everything. Oh, she's back.
Sorry for this.
It's fixed.
It's fixed? Okay.
Yes.
Excellent.
Give me a second.
I was half expecting Roadrunner to suddenly become John Hammond.
I've been replaced. Wow. Congratulations to all. A great finals. A great Hack the Box Battlegrounds tournament. Reaching out to players, get a chance to hang out with them, get them up on the screen here. How are you guys feeling? IPSEC, what do you think? Was this as fun as we all thought it would be?
Yeah, there was a lot of like nail biting moments at the end. I honestly wasn't surprised if like we had another 30-second submission. It looked like one of the teams was at least close. They had that LFI. They were trying to find a way to get code execution. I think as soon as they did get that code execution, the next piece was really easy. So it was just a matter of finding how to weaponize that LFI. But I didn't see the other team playing with that LFI. They were still just going down the Kubernetes path. So
I see some chatter in the Discord, some banter with the players, and Delta over from the Netherlands team is saying, hey, I patched the local file inclusion way at the start. So I don't know.
So is how he patched it?
Maybe. I'm not sure. I'm unsure. Alrighty, my friends. Well, hey, thank you so much for letting me join you. I know we're going to have some extra fun parties with the players and be able to banter and chat about this even more. But I got to admit, I've got to run.
It was
but it's
pleasure
always
having you,
a
John.
ton of fun. Yeah, it's always incredible to get to hang out with you, Ip, Roadrunner, everyone. And thanks for everyone tuning in.
Of course, it was amazing.
A lot of good lessons learned, a lot of fun. So I will let you all go. I know this is your baby and your show. So please, guys, take it to the end and have a great time.
Yep. Hope you have a good Christmas. Enjoy your Friday. Enjoy your weekend.
I will hang tight on here with this camera off. So in case that breaks or does anything weird to the screen.
You don't have to worry about that.
Okay.
It'll be fine.
Alrighty. I'll bounce out.
Okay.
Thanks, everybody. Have a great day.
Take care.
Have an amazing day, guys. An amazing day, John. So, what do you think of this tournament now?
It was a lot of fun. I know I need to learn some more about Kubernetes to figure out exactly what the actual path was.
Yeah.
Carlos is asking
I
how
almost
we can go on
created it, I
stream.
think. Yeah.
We can probably just hop on to their Discord channel, I think.
I spoke to them. I sent them the invitation. I'm waiting for them to join. 1 second. Amazing. No,
So-
I think they will be hopping in soon. Amazing. Carlos is here. Hello, Carlos. How are you?
Hey, hello. Pretty good. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank
Oh my
you,
God,
thank
you
you.
won.
Thank you. I cannot believe it.
Oh my God. How do you feel?
Actually, not bad for having been having COVID all week. So, first moment of the week. Best moment.
Really? You had COVID?
Yeah.
Oh my.
So, yeah.
Hello, Isaac. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
How do you feel that you won?
Well, it was unexpected if you ask me, but I'm so happy to be here.
Do you have also COVID?
No, actually, no.
Fortunately, he doesn't.
Okay, thank God. And is that, do you guys also, what was your current rank this year at the ECSC competition?
Oh, that wasn't pretty good. We were like 12.
Okay,
Yeah, we didn't do
amazing.
very good
You
there.
won at least the tournament.
Huh?
You won the tournament though.
Yeah. That's what we are here. We need to.
Yeah.
So what made you guys want to participate to this tournament?
Well, we decided in the team who should be participating, and there was a bunch of people that couldn't because they have to work and so on. So at the end, we were free, and we definitely wanted to participate. We were pretty excited, so we came in.
Okay, and when you were tested positive for COVID, were you anxious that you will not be able to join?
I mean, I actually talked with the trainer and told him like, hey, look for a replacement because I am pretty bad, because that was at the beginning of the week. But today I just felt better, and we did. And for all the week, we thought it was going to be just 1 versus 1. So Isaac was going to participate. So when you decided that it was going to be 2 versus 2, I just came in again.
Amazing. Yes, the original plan were 2 versus 2. However, it couldn't get everyone on time, so we said, okay, let's go with 1 versus 1. And then I felt really bad because we will change the whole tournament. So I said, okay, can we maybe do the original plan? And you guys said yes, and it was amazing.
Yeah, I mean, I think what happened there is that the first Google form notification was from email, and then all the further communications were on Discord, and that was not really clear. And for example, I missed all the pings since we were also on the Christmas event there, and I just didn't see the messages. But yeah, I mean, I'm so happy that in the end this could be a 2 versus 2.
Yeah. Ipsec, I get some messages that they cannot see us. Do you want to check?
My camera is not
working
working
on fixing
here
cameras.
for some reason.
Cool. Okay. So while Ipsec is working on this, have you guys have you participated in a Battlegrounds channel?
Not in the well, at least me, not in the general. I think just in the private ones for the matches. Hey, Zach.
Hey, my camera's working now.
It looks beautiful, man.
Thanks, man. You too.
Okay. So have you participated in another Battlegrounds tournament, the ones that we used to do with everyone that is around the world and can join for free, that were done monthly? Okay.
No, not really. I mean, for me, the first time I played Battlegrounds was to practice for this event, actually. But no, it was a cool experience. Like, I like how everything worked. Like, and the fact that when you rematch a game, you get the same box. I think I read somewhere in the chat someone suggesting that you could, instead of restarting everything, just give more time in that box. I think
for
that would
match.
be better. Yeah.
Yeah. We note down and we discussed with amazing Dark Archer. Hey, if you're listening, thank you so much for your whole effort today. and for this tournament to be live. We're not down in order for the next tournaments if we want to go for a rematch to just be a button for the players or something. I cannot promise something before we discuss it with the product, but yeah, thank you for the amazing feedback. And now that you have tasted this, I think also the finals of ICC have attack and defense or something. Will you continue playing in order to practice?
I think I will. I think a lot of people is trying to completely gamify CTFs, even if they are already games, and I think this is the best approach I have ever seen. And I'm sure there is a lot of things to work still, but I definitely have a nice experience playing this. It's a little bit stressful, but I think that a competition is meant to be that, so I enjoy it.
Okay. And who was from you most to the defensive side, and who most to the attack side?
Well, I mean, to be honest, like we went for a quick strat, which is basically, I mean, if there's something really obvious that you have to patch, we'll just do it. But since we don't really know how the availability check works, we were really afraid of touching anything. And you saw that in the last game. They say they didn't touch anything, and I believe that. And sometimes you just start losing points, but it's part of the game.
Okay.
Something can break, you know. And the thing is, we were just looking for the listing ports, and then just see which part do we feel more comfortable with, and then just go there. We both start doing the same thing, and maybe I can research what he's doing. I can find info for him. Otherwise, it's just every game is so different. We just have to improvise, you know.
Okay. And are you guys in the finals team? Any of you of the final European team?
I'm part of the European team, but they haven't mentioned who is finally in it. So we are still like 40 a lot of people. I don't remember how many. And hopefully Isaac will join next year.
Yeah.
Okay. And what did you find this experience? Will you continue to play Battlegrounds after that? Or if there is an attack defense CTF, now that you have experienced this, will you continue to do that? Is something that draw your attention as a hacking flavor?
I hope we find more tournaments like this one, and I think we will definitely join. Like we have definitely a very good time. We still need to manage to understand how this health check works, because actually when we played a couple of rounds before this tournament just to get in touch with the environment, we tried to patch things. We always lost points. So for this tournament, we decided to not patch anything because we definitely don't know how to properly patch, taking into account the health checks. So we still need to manage that. But
wait, sorry to interrupt. I just saw the live stream and my name was wrong there. I don't know the actual delay there. But
what should it be?
I mean, it's Hag, but I was just watching a weird name.
I was fixing it. I have it as J4.
Oh, okay. I mean, I guess there's a lot of delay there. Okay, thank you.
It's 2-minute delay to prevent some type of cheating.
Okay.
My colleague here is a little bit of egocentric, so.
Well, someone in the chat said it was Carlos Polo versus the other guy, so.
yeah, that was really hard on you.
Okay.
So, I had one question, but I forgot it. Shoot.
Should I go on?
Sure. I'll have a few questions at the end. Oh,
cool.
Wait. Did you watch my Hack the Box Battlegrounds video on the Hack the Box YouTube channel? I think there's 2 of them.
Yep, there are 2.
I haven't seen them yet. What do you ask?
Oh, because I install something called Snoopy, which is like a process monitor on Linux. It's an LD preload defender rootkit, I guess you can call it. But in that video, I show things like how to view the health check script.
Cool. Okay. We definitely need to do that. We definitely, like I was saying, I has been a little bit ill this week, so I wasn't meant to participate, but today I just felt better. And I haven't been practicing a lot.
You are the one who messaged us last minute.
Huh?
You are the one that messaged us last minute. I want to enter to the tournament.
I messaged you last minute, but last minute some days before, not today.
Okay. Because we had some players that some teams came like to play just by one because they couldn't find a partner, and one team enter was complete like 1 hour before the tournament. So if you did that with COVID and you won the tournament, okay.
Well, we got pretty lucky. Like there was a lot of very good people out there. We just managed to win Ireland for our technicalism. Those guys are great, and we appreciate what they did. So yeah, we just got pretty lucky to be here, and yeah, we are also pretty happy about that.
Yeah. I'm checking that. I mean, it says my name is J4S2P.
Oh, it's not.
No, it's Ishak.
Oh shoot, that is right.
Cool. And how did you feel when the incident with the flag happened?
Oh,
Yeah, that was stressful. Yeah.
oh no. I should have used the other. You just get nervous, and I just look for a function in Google to read a file. Like I have used the get contents one thousands of times, but I just got nervous and I look for and I just got this read file. I tried it worked, and I just copy paste, and yeah,
The funny thing, as you did that, I was saying file get contents on stream, and John Hamm is the one that realized you did read file. I was like, wait, what? I didn't even know that.
Actually, that's on me because I had the stream on mute during each match because it got me very nervous. So if I would have been listening to you, I probably will just have changed the function.
Well, there was a 2-minute delay, and that was like all like 1 minute.
Okay.
So you wouldn't have been able. But I fixed your name.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Oh, I think it's fine.
Delta and J4S2P are like talking in Discord, and that's in like my center screen. And like as you were talking, I saw J4 go green, and my mind just was like, "Oh, that's it."
So what do you plan, guys, to do with your gifts? The grand winner has also 100 Amazon gift cards. It has also swagger by Hack the Box. You can buy also the holiday stuff. It has amazing Hack the Box services if you're not VIP Plus and other stuff already. So what do you think? What Santa will bring you this year?
You can start, Isaac.
Oh, I mean, I'll probably use the gift card to get some cool gifts for my family and some friends. Yeah. Then I guess I'll get some good merch from Hackbox. I'm pretty sure I'll just get I mean, honestly, I've never looked through the gift.
The swag store?
Yeah, the swag store. But I want to get a Pro Lab shirt. They're so cool. I mean, yeah, like the one you have. Yeah, those are so cool.
The Rasta Labs one.
Yeah, and the other gifts, I honestly didn't really check what was getting the first one because I wasn't realistically thinking that we were going to be up here. So yeah, but the main stuff I'll do is just buy some gifts for my family and friends. Yeah.
Oh.
So nice, so nice.
What about you, Carlos?
To improve Isaac's question answer, now I need to say that I'm going to donate that. If not,
yeah. You can just say, I will drink it all the way. It's in our culture. I know.
That's not going to happen. Those are going to be a different 100 euros.
He's going to donate it to the Linpeas developers because that script was used almost every game.
Yeah. I mean, that guy definitely deserves it. I will probably give him. Like, you can join me. No, I don't know. Probably I still need to buy some gifts. Also, I definitely want to celebrate. I will be back in Spain in a few days, so I will have the chance to take advantage of this. And I definitely want some Hat the Box swag. I don't have any, and it looks really cool on you. So I hope it suits me also.
Okay, and do you want to share, guys, before we leave you, what a little bit about you so that people know who you are, that you want? If you want to share any information that you're students, that you work, that you're just hackers, whatever, pen testers, you do defensive, a little bit about yourself.
Isaac is looking for a job, so I will let him start.
Well, I'm kind of getting a job soon. But like, I guess people here want to like know more of the background of people that is really good at this. I mean, for example, for me, I never really liked school as like the concept of going there. I mean, I'm really bad at studying stuff. I can't help memorizing useless stuff for me. So I kind of dropped out, but then I kept studying another place. But the thing is, at some point, one of my teachers just told me about a national competition of hacking. I went, yeah, sure. And then from there, I just joined the the national team here for the European Cybersecurity Challenge. And from there, I just got right into this amazing community. Then I started just playing Hackbox. And yeah, I mean, you don't really have to have certain studies or
Yeah.
anything. You just need will to learn. You know, like everything is out there on Google. You can just learn everything for free almost. I mean, yeah, you can pay for certs, but you can definitely learn a lot by yourself just by using internet right now.
And what about you, Carlos?
I don't have any inspirational speech like Zach.
Okay.
I just went to school, to high school, and then university. I'm engineer. I just start learning cybersecurity by my own, like most of the people. I just get very, very passionate about it. I also love programming, so I try to mix both things.
Mhm.
And I just got in touch with the CTF world like 3 years ago.
Okay.
I just started playing. Soon after discovering it, I discovered Hack the Box. It has been my main platform since the beginning, and from which I have learned a lot, thanks to Hack the Box and thanks to IPsec. And yeah, I just got very passionate, and I just started working. And now my whole day is working cybersecurity, dedicated to cybersecurity in my free time. And if my girlfriend and family and friends are lucky, I will dedicate them some time.
Oh, nice. Honest, at least.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that is true. You show two actual paths. We do not say that school or universities, we do not promote that are not needed. But however, it's not a must in order to achieve your career. You can get where you want from both ways. Different things work for different people. Everyone
Yeah.
is different.
Yeah.
So, and one doesn't mean is skilled than the other, more skilled or more clever. For everyone shoots something different. So it's very nice.
Yeah, I just want to add, like, I'm not encouraging anyone to drop out or anything. Like, it's just you just have to do what works for you. Like, for me, it was just I wasn't feeling it. I was not okay with going every day there to just, I mean, everyone's different. You just have to do what you think is best for you.
Yep, I agree. And are you excited for the holidays to rest finally? Okay.
Yeah.
It's been a
Oh,
long
man.
week. Yeah.
Like this week has been very, very destroying for me. I'm willing just to go to Spain. I'm going to the beach for a few days, and I'm going just to relax there.
Okay. Ip, any questions from you?
I'm mainly just like, what was the inspiration behind LinPs and Hacktricks? And did you expect them to be as big as they are now?
You are the creator from Limpis.
Yeah, it's me.
Yeah, that was my joke about donating it to the developer.
I totally understood. I remember that they told me that in ECSC there was that person, and I was like, okay, but I didn't know you were in our tournament. Oh my F. Oh, I should be muted. Oh my God. I use that all the time. Oh my God. I am too shy to be in the stream anymore. Okay.
Oh, don't be like that. I'm just a normal person. Yeah. So about that question, I think one of the main reasons was the OSCP. I was so bad at enumerating stuff about LinPS. I was so bad at enumerating stuff, and Linenum just got too many output that I never read, that I just started creating my own. And at some point I said, like, hey, it would be cool if I got colors, and I just put colors, and just people just love it. When I compare in that time Lean Peace, that at that time was called Lean P, with Linenum, I thought that people was going to love it, because I think it improved that. Like, all my respects from the Linenum guy. Like,
Yeah.
Lean P was based on Linenum, so he was the first one. But I think people was going to love it. And about hack tricks, like, there, if you try to access www.hacktricks or hacktricks.xyz, nothing is going to appear. Like, I never expected anyone to using that. Like, I just create hack tricks because I lost my hacking notes 4 times, and I needed to save them in the internet to stop losing it. At some point, Google found it, and people start finding it. So I'm very, very glad that happened.
Yeah, I have to say I love whenever like I'm doing a box and I'm like, oh, this is just on Hacktricks. So easy to find.
Yeah. How you created though? What was the discussion on how you created? Actually, you can have an MEE and discuss everything about it. So we do not move from the theme here. But how you thought that, okay, I will create Limpies, or I will create this one, and actually not dominated, but everyone almost uses it. It is one of the must tools that's recommended everywhere.
Yeah, I think the key is that when you enumerate, you will have tons of information that you need to process. And what happens to me with Linenum is like, okay, I have this information, but I don't know what are these files. Like, I was just looking at it. I have to say that at this point I was just starting in hacking, and I didn't understand anything. So when I started creating Limpy, I was learning as long as I was creating it. So it felt really, really good to me, because
Okay.
I had a new tech and I know what that tech was doing. And I knew that there was people like I was a year before. So I just put the colors to say, like, hey, look at this might be interesting. And also a link to hack tricks. Like,
Yeah.
man, I know this is red, you probably think this is interesting, and you probably don't know what that is. So just go to this link and check for it. That was something I needed before, so I think people will need that.
Okay. Cool. Inspiring. Any tools you're creating, Isaac?
Come again?
Any tools you're creating?
Right now, I'm not. Like, I'm really interested in having my own animation tools, because sometimes, I mean, I love Limpias, I use it every day, but some stuff, I mean, I'm missing some background. You know, I mean, I'm only 20 years old. I've been in this world of hacking for, I mean, seriously, in like maybe 1-2 years now. And I mean, I would like to spend much more time learning about the the stuff that can go wrong anywhere, you know, because it's so easy to just, I just run this tool. Oh, look, this vulnerable. I don't even know how it works, but hey, here's exploit, you know. So I'm much more interested in learning the deep, you know, like how everything works, and from there I'm just start creating my own tools, because I mean, I have some projects on GitHub, but they're not for hacking.
Yeah. Okay. Now, Carlos, now with Log4j, did you add that in Linpiece? No, do you
Sorry?
need to look?
Have you added anything for Log4j in LinPs yet?
No. Actually, I have some improvement to do to Limpiece, which is to start scrubbing configuration files, try to find vulnerable versions, vulnerable configurations, maybe in Apache, maybe in Nginx, but that's going to take a lot of time. And as I haven't added anything, unfortunately, for that.
Okay. That's very cool, though. You have to constantly update it to be.
Yeah, actually, I'm hoping to have a few days this Christmas. I have some things in mind for Limpies. I am also creating a new privilege escalation tool for the cloud. Hopefully, it will see the light maybe early next year. But let's see, because that's bigger, more complex, and it's taking some time.
Cool. We look forward, and maybe we can try it out in our Skylabs.
Definitely.
Yeah. Okay, I think that's all from us. We will contact everyone that was in the stream for the prizes for the people that commented. Everyone that participated wins prizes. You guys get prizes. Ipsec, you and I do not get prizes, but it's our work. So that's all from us, I think, right?
Well, thank you very much for organizing this, and thank you very much for inviting us. Thank you very much for everything.
Yeah, we're so happy to be here. So that's it from us too. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Bye.
Take
Bye,
care.
guys. You too.
Thanks.